Call this meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. And so we have a very busy agenda today. So we're not going to try and dawdle. We're going to try and keep moving forward. So just a few administrative items. First is you saw that Mark sent out a suggestion for time in terms of like how long we're trying to keep to all of these items to keep moving forward. So we're going to try and adhere to that as much as possible, just to make sure we get through all three presentations, because there are going to be some big presentations. And so the big thing is for your comments from the committee and questions, any discussion, please try to stick to the topic of whatever's being discussed. In the case where there might be ancillary items to talk through, if they're not really relevant, let's not talk about them here. We could always have, for example, like Mark parking station. There are ancillary things to what they're coming here to talk about today. Let's wait for them to come back on a status update to talk about those. All right, so first order of business is the agenda. I would like to propose a modification to the agenda and move the Royal Assisted Living to the top. So we would go and develop a presentation order of Royal Assisted Living, then the Odenton Mark Station, and then Academy Yard. I wanted to see if that would be okay with everybody. So that would be my proposal to amend the agenda. Could I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay, thanks, Colette. Any objection to amending the agenda? Okay, so the agenda stands amended. Could I get a motion to approve the amended agenda, please? Okay, Sandy, is there a second? Okay, Colette, thank you. Any objection to approval of the amended agenda? Okay, hearing none, the agenda is approved. So next we have on the list our September 26th meeting notes. So they were sent out by email. Does anyone have any major corrections to the meeting notes from our last discussion? Okay, seeing no one, could I get a motion to approve the minutes then from our last meeting? Anybody?
Motion.
Okay, thank you, Stuart. Could I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Eric. All right, any objection to approval of the minutes from our last meeting? All right, hearing none, our minutes are approved. Okay, so one thing that we did bump from last month was a little bit of intro for two new members. So you notice we have a new member here, Eric Spencer, and we also have Kaylee as well. And so what I want to do is give each of you like a minute or two to just kind of introduce yourselves to the committee. So that way we just welcome you and know who you are. So I'll go alphabetically. Eric, if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself. So welcome to the committee.
Sure. Thank you, Jason. So I'm Eric Spencer. I am a resident of Piney Orchard and very glad to be part of this committee. And thank you to all of you who've been on the committee, serving on the committee for some time, and for the work you've done thus far. I'm really excited for this opportunity to work with you. A little bit about myself. My professional background is in facilities management, safety, and security. I've worked in federal government, private industry, and actually worked for about 6 years at Prince George's County Planning. And so although I'm not a planner by trade, it was something that I was really fascinated with during the time that I worked there. And as I was telling Mark and Sam, most of the administrative staff in Prince George's Planning paid no attention to what the planners were doing, but I went to all the night meetings and the charrettes and historic preservation meetings and everything, just kind of got absorbed into it. So I've always kind of been fascinated with planning and learned quite a bit there. So currently I am still in facilities management. I am Assistant Vice President and Director of Facilities Management for Baltimore's largest credit union, Municipal Employees Credit Union of Baltimore. And also for a long period of time, over a 20-year period, I was a business owner and owned several businesses in Prince George's County, Howard, Montgomery, and in Rowan County. And again, excited to work with all of you. And thank you for all you've done thus far.
Thanks, Eric. Welcome to the committee. Kaylee, welcome to the committee.
Hi there. Hi, everyone. Kaylee De La Puente. I am with the Arundel Economic Development Corporation, and I am the Town Center Revitalization Manager. It's a newly created position at AAEDC, and the exciting thing is that it allows the county to have a position that focuses a little bit geographically instead of industry specific, like many of my colleagues at AAEDC. So I'm going to be working in the county's 3 major town centers, which for the purposes of this meeting is, so we'll start with Odenton, Glen Burnie, and Pearl, and the 11 revitalization areas in the county. So I am AAEDC's ex officio representative from now on. So I look forward to being with you with this group. And I am available for if anyone has any questions in the future or any assistance anyone might need. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Kelly, and welcome. All right, so let's proceed to our first item on the agenda. So, Mark, do we have Royal Assisted Living here?
Yes, we have Zaid Sheikh, and there you are.
Hello. Hi, good evening, respected members of the committee and members of the OPC as well. I am the designer on this project, assisted living facility, which is for the elderlies. What we are doing is we are adding to the already existing 9-room set, and we are adding an existing 7-room set, sorry, and we are adding another 9 rooms, totaling 16 rooms in total. So our main issue was we already applied for the permit with the county, and they have come to my understanding is that we need a site development plan process, and we need a site plan approved to proceed with this permit. And for that, we need quite a lot of time. And our main objective is to merge our preliminary site plan and site development process into one single plan process so that we can complete it a bit quickly. And for that, we have developed a preliminary site sketch, and we would like to show it to you, and we can also show you the plans. So we basically need your assistance to move with this quickly, because our client is also having a deadline to meet, because she has a SBA loan and she wants to do it within the stipulated time period, which is by the end of the November. So I am still, I don't know how that is going to be. So we need your assistance on that. My engineer is also here, so he can explain the technical know-how about the site plan. And regarding the design, I can explain. So this is also my first time in the committee meeting. So like any shortcomings, please bear with me.
Okay, so did you want to present? So we received a PDF file that from the county. Did you want to present that and walk through it?
Sure. Let me quickly run you through the floor plans. I'll share my screen. Just a second. Is my screen visible?
Looks good.
Okay. So let me start with the site plan here. So if you look at it, this is the lot where we are developing, and this portion of the building is the existing portion, and in the backyard of the building we are adding around another 2,500 square feet coverage, and on top of it we are adding another story. It will be like first floor, and over that will be another second floor. So we are also leaving the buffers as per the requirement by the landscape manual and Odenton master plan. So if you look at it, we are maintaining the existing site side setbacks, and on the back we are giving back and south side of the building we are maintaining 10 feet buffer, and on the north side we are maintaining the existing side setback. And we had the meeting with the Office of Planning Zoning members, and they said it is okay. And we are also providing planters here, and there are some ramps which will be inside these setbacks. Apart from that, if you look at the plans, this is the structure for the interior. So if I go to the existing plan, this was the existing basement plan, and this is the proposed basement plan. We are also covering up the whole crawl space. So this is the extent of the building on the first floor existing, and we are covering the crawl space in the basement also. And on the first floor, we are demolishing the interior portion of this much. And here we are proposing another, not another, and we are proposing the circulation area, which will be a staircase and a lift. And after that, we are giving our new area, which will be 6 bedrooms on the first floor and another 6 bedrooms on the second floor. This for the elevation, it will be something like this from the side and the front elevations and the back. We are also proposing a deck area on the second floor, 10 feet wide, and the whole width of the building. So roof will be also proposed on top of that. Some of the roof is being demolished because we are encroaching the back of the building on top of the existing portion where the staircase and the lift is. This area here. For the site plan, if I can invite my engineer, he can explain about it.
Hello, this is John Shanko. I'm civil engineer. Zed, matter of fact, yeah, that's my plan there. He's explained most of it that's happening in the back. He's just adding an addition, keeping the same buffer on the, I'm not going to use north-south because the north arrow is kind of inverted there. To the left, keeping the same building setback. To the back, you're going to have 10 feet. To the right, you have 10 feet. And per the landscape manual, there are different units I have. I think the one to the top there says 4 Class A's. I think that's a different number or a different letter for that buffer. I might have misspoke, but that's neither here nor there. I think we need 4 planning units, or 2 planning units at the top, 4 on the sides, and the front, obviously, we don't need one. If you pan to the front of the building, Zed, the only reason I'm kind of, I'm here to support him with this front area here. Pan a little more so we can see the whole frontage, Zed, please. Per your requirements, and admittedly, I do a lot of work in Montgomery, Prince George's, and DC. I don't do too much here in Arundel, but I read your manual for your frontage improvements and master plan, and we need to widen the pavement to a certain width, and you see that's hatched there. We need to dedicate some property to you guys, and we need to add a 6-foot sidewalk there as well. And so that's the meat of why I'm sitting here, because the planning stuff, Zed he knows more about that with the building. But this frontage stuff is my kind of bailiwick. So if anyone has questions on that, I'd be happy to try to answer that. Oh, and I mentioned this to Mark at a very informal meeting before. If you guys have any indication of whether the client can defer implementing these improvements until a later time, because I'm not sure when everyone else is going to develop. Maybe they dedicate now, but to actually put that widening in and put that sidewalk in, maybe they sign some sort of PIA or deferred agreement so they can put this thing in later when everybody in the neighborhood starts to develop. Just a thought to see if we can save the client some money. And I'm not sure if that's even in the scope of the OTCAC at this moment, but I just wanted to bring that up. And that's really all I have there, guys. It's a pretty simple, very simple project. Very simple. It's not as exciting as the ones you guys are going to do a little bit later. So sorry about that.
No, thank you. Appreciate it. Anything else, Zaid or John?
Yeah, this was most of it.
Yeah.
So if you
so-
have like any questions, we can like reply to
Yeah.
them.
Okay. So I would then open to the committee. Any members of the committee, do we have any questions?
So this is Stuart here. How y'all doing tonight? Very familiar just because my office road terminates right at the end of where this property is, and certainly up to the county. I don't see the purpose of any road widening or any additional sidewalks to nowhere at this point in time. With the, ability to have them come back later and requirement for them to do it if the rest of the street to the left of this property or that particular plan is a older two-story office building that's fronts on Odenton Road and Annapolis Road. Next to that is the old BB&T bank building that's closed and is in the process of being sold. There's really nothing on that side that sidewalk's going to go to. Those folks don't have a sidewalk on that goes to Annapolis Road. It would be dangerous to present something there, again, to nowhere. I don't believe there's sidewalks to the other side of the property either. So if it's a request of these folks, I mean, I personally don't have an objection to it, so long as, as they can come back later and do it. But, it's just a comment. Otherwise, I know it very well. It's always been a great neighbor. They always keep the property in much better condition than some of the others surrounding it. And I think it would be an asset to the community. Got the senior center up the street. So it all fits in really well. Church nearby, shopping within walking distance. So it's the right place for the right project, which this is. So appreciate your presentation.
Thanks, Stuart. Colette?
Yeah, thanks, Jason. And thank you for the presentation. I think it's also a great project. I would agree with most of what Stuart's said, but I disagree on the sidewalk piece. I think especially because of the connectivity to the grocery store, but also the senior center up the street. Right now, the folks that are living here really have no safe way to walk up there. And it is a policy decision whether you put sidewalk in piecemeal or not. But I know that from other experiences that I've seen in other counties, that if you put it off, it's never going to happen. So if there is a plan for a sidewalk here, then I definitely support getting in now. And I actually had a question about the applicable codes for the plan. I know they are a couple years behind what's currently required for the county based on what's in the plan. And I don't know if what's in the plan here is because this project started a couple of years ago and this is just where we are, or if the applicable codes that are listed in the plans are not actually the ones that the project will be built to. But like the county is currently using 2018 building code and an updated fire code, I think, as well. And so I don't know if that's going to be updated once this goes through or not. And I feel like OPZ might answer that. I don't know.
I'll look into it. I'll look into it.
In regards to building codes,
Well, like in terms of, are the building codes that are used for the project based on when they initially start planning for the project, or does that get updated at some point in the process? And is this accurate or not?
I couldn't answer that. Our inspections and permits team, addresses those.
It's also really not the purview of this committee. I mean, we assume that what they're submitting to the county, they'll look over the codes. That's not what we're charged with.
Thanks, Stuart. I was still curious about it because updated building codes are important, especially if we're looking at doing things more environmentally friendly, and especially when it comes to safety and ADA compliance, since we're looking at a facility for elderly folks. I think that is important. So thank you, though.
Thanks, Colette. Any other questions from the committee?
This is Martin. I would just agree with all the notes that Colette made on this sidewalk and the regulations. So just put my effort or my support behind that.
Okay. Thanks, Martin. Any other questions for the committee or from the committee? Okay, so one question I did have is, and I don't remember seeing this at all. In your new design in terms of like expansion, so forth, the lighting that you are adding outside of the new construction, is it going to be you're in a pseudo residential area. So basically, Stuart's right. One side of the property, you have a commercial property. It's kind of if you're looking straight onto the building, to the left is commercial, to the right is residential. And so the reason I ask this is like the road widening, for example. I don't see the residential owners who are further down Odenton Road doing any type of road widening. So this would be the only point where that road widening is going to occur. But I also want to keep in mind that because you're bordering a residential property, are you keeping that in mind in terms of your design to make sure that you are being conscious of the residences that are in the area around you, such that you're not going to be putting lights high on the second story that are going to disrupt that residential community?
No, we're not gonna put like any kind of light that will be disturbing to the adjacent residential properties, which is in the south side of the building. This will be reflected in the plans, the electrical plans and the lighting plans. So there will be no lights on the exterior of the building that will be disturbing to the adjacent properties.
Okay. Yeah, because I then just thinking about in terms of the spirit of the master plan, because I went and looked at your site, like from the road. I didn't trespass or anything, but just looked at it to see how it fit. And I like how you kept a design that is fitting with the surrounding buildings. And I think that's appropriate in terms of just the spirit of what the plan is trying to get to, is that your construction fits with the community. And so good job on, even though you have you're making a pretty large structure, it doesn't look like you're building a warehouse or any type of big commercial building. You look like you fit into the residential community. So I thought that was a good bonus for you. So thank you on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So at this point, are there any public questions or comment on the proposal? So open to the public for feedback. Just as a reminder, if you're an attendee and you have feedback, just raise your hand or indicate that you have a question, and we can change you over so that way you can present your question. Okay, so Jerry, your hand is up, and you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Right, my question is quite simple. Will there be any displacement or trimming of any nearby trees for you to make this construction happen?
No, not in the nearby places, but on the existing property, we may have to do some changes, but that will be on the on our lot only, not the adjacent properties. We don't need to.
Okay, that's all I had.
All right, thank you, Jerry. Any other questions from our public attendees? Okay, I don't see any more, so I'll bring it back to the committee. All right, so there are two items in front of the committee. So number one is a recommendation on the site plan. That is within the purview of the committee because it basically is a question of the our belief in terms of the intent of the Odenton master plan. Does this project fit that? And then number 2 is the request about the modification to skip preliminary plan and then proceed to site development plan stage. So with regard to the second question, that is a modification request to the code, which is outside the purview of the committee and historically, well, not historically, but I'd say within the past 2 years, the committee has changed its stance to things that are outside the purview of the committee. We do not take a stance on, and we do not provide any recommendation for modifications to the code itself because that's within the purview of the county. So I would say, are there comments or discussion regarding the first question, which is the site plan itself, and a recommendation that the committee would give? All right, so the summary of the comments that I've heard so far is we have to take a stance on, well, actually, let me rephrase. Mark, with regard to the question about the sidewalk and the road widening, is that something that would fall under the purview of the committee to create a recommendation on, or is that outside of our purview?
Yes, please provide a recommendation.
Okay, on both. Okay.
Mark,
So
can I ask a question?
Sure.
Mhm.
If this is going to be the only property on that side of the road and the only one on the other side of the road is the church that has any sidewalk, does the county plan on putting a sidewalk from there up to the senior center? Or is a sidewalk on this property now going to encourage people in a wheelchair or whatever to go into the street?
So your first question is whether the county has any projects, capital projects to construct sidewalks in that area. They don't. But if you do look on Odenton Road, where there is that new 4 or 5 lot subdivision in the historic district, just to the east of the train station, that project did put in a sidewalk. And again, it is sort of that idea that have the applicant provide that facility now, and then the county, it could help spur then future capital projects to connect that sidewalk to other areas in the future.
Got it. No worries. Thank you.
And there is sidewalk for the commercial center that is to the left of this property. There is a sidewalk there as well as a sidewalk across the street. But they, as Stuart was indicating, they don't connect to anything right now. So on the first question, in terms of let's do the easy one, the road widening. Does anyone have any strong thoughts one way or the other on their request for deferring the road widening to a future time?
I'm sorry, isn't the road widening, is that required for the sidewalk? I thought they had to go together.
Question. Are they separable, Mark? Or Zaid, if you know if they're separable or if they have to be done in combination?
One
couldn't
where
answer
the
that
sidewalk is. I mean, if you're going to give the road widening at least the right of way, then that'll determine where any sidewalk would go. So that's how they do work together.
But Stuart, if they don't widen the road, does that then dictate a different location for the sidewalk?
Look, I can't answer that really, but just basically, if you are going to give a dedication for the road widening, then you're going to go to a certain spot for the sidewalk. So that's all I would say. And if I were going to put a sidewalk, I would put it in that spot either way, whether you're going to give it or not. But
Okay.
yeah. I mean, look, I don't think it's a big deal. And as a developer, it's just not, the sidewalk's not a big cost. The road widening is a little bit of a cost to the developer, that's all.
All right, so thinking about this logically, though, it seems like it would be possible to say that the sidewalk could, like the point for the sidewalk to be installed could be done independently of of the road widening because the sidewalk has to go to a certain point regardless if the road widening occurs or not. So
That's the question, right?
Hmm?
That's the question, though. I
Well-
mean, I think Stuart just answered it, but I'm not sure if that was.
Look, I can't give that answer. I can just give an opinion. I'm not with the county or know how they're gonna treat it or all. All I can tell you, there's no sidewalk to the left of this property along here, and there's a drainage ditch actually between the entrance drive and the corner. So that would have to be dealt with both on Annapolis Road and on Oakton Road in order for there to be any sidewalk in that direction. And again, the sidewalk's not a big deal. I think the road widening, I'm not sure where you're widening it to. Once again, it can't be widened to the left, or that would be the east, you know, until that ditch would be taken care of on that office property. And I don't think anybody wants to invest in that.
So Stuart, to protect against the probability that they do widen the road, you'd move the sidewalk to the appropriate location to accommodate that. So, I mean.
Yeah, and if it's a county project, then they'll just pay to move it later, but you know,
Okay.
like I said, it's up to the county to take care of that, not us on this committee. You know, that's either we want a sidewalk or we don't, or we suggest a sidewalk or we don't. That's it.
Yeah.
Let them decide that.
That makes sense, Jason?
Does kind of. I would still think that it's possible to put a sidewalk in and defer road widening.
Yeah.
Very
What do
honest.
you- But where do you
I
put the
absolutely-
sidewalk? I think we're agreeing with that, which is where do you
Yes.
put the sidewalk?
Yeah, I mean, it's if you look at, you could put the sidewalk in the place where like you wouldn't have to move it if you then had road widening later. So I think it is completely possible to put a sidewalk in and not widen the road until a future date and not have to move the sidewalk.
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you is you never know that you're not going to have to move the sidewalk because you have no idea what an alignment's going to be in the future that they might, if they decide to go that route, and if there's going to be any more widening, et cetera. So, and it isn't going to happen. Believe me, it's taken us 18 years now to get sidewalks along 175 and counting. So I wouldn't really count on it too soon. So whatever we're going to put there is functional for now and the immediate long time future.
But I think the ADA community might have something to say about that. So they might have some influence over putting in sidewalks.
And let them check with the ADA in the county. They'll give guidance on that too. So.
Yeah, I mean, they may want to have the sidewalks.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of a recommendation on that topic, do we have anything we would like? Anybody want to make a motion on what the letter should contain?
Well, I think that what Stuart outlined, I think, Jason, would be okay, that we would support the sidewalk at a location that would accommodate the wide roading should that happen in the future.
It did. Colette had points too, so I want to make sure we address both of them. I mean, I think we're on all sides of here, and you know, I think it should be up to the county and the developer. Let them hammer it out, and we could defer. But I don't have a strong opinion. But look, I'm here representing developers, and I know what the expenses are, and they get wasted sometimes, and they could be better put into the project. They're doing a decent project. I think the sidewalk's probably more important. I'm just concerned about where it's going. If somebody should utilize it, that's all. I'm indifferent otherwise.
Okay, so from what I've heard, then it sounds like that the committee would recommend that the county strongly look to have the sidewalk be included for future development to encourage or to enable individuals leaving this property to not have to walk on the road. But at this time, we also understand that the road widening doesn't appear to make sense at this point in time because it doesn't match the surrounding properties. And so we would encourage the ability to have the sidewalk without road widening. Does that seem like an appropriate summary?
Almost. To contradict yourself in there, because where you want to use a sidewalk so that people aren't walking in the roadway, you're taking the sidewalk and dumping them in the roadway because that's where they're going to go, where it'll actually be set back a little bit. So it will be the next door neighbor's yard is where the step off of that sidewalk's going to be. So that's the only reason why I'm pointing it out. Having it or not having it isn't a big deal. I'm always concerned, with transportation, we talk about the last mile. I'm concerned about that last step and where we're taking that person to. That's all. So I don't want to belabor this really too much. That's all. That's my only point. I think we got a lot to go. We ought to keep moving this forward.
But I think Colette makes a good point too, though. If you don't do it now, it may never get done. So, and also if you do it now, it may encourage the county to finish it. And I think that if you have the AD community behind finishing it, they'll get more action from the county to do it. So if you don't put it in, it'll be harder, I think, to do later.
I agree. Unfortunately, I can't write the letter without a motion for content and a vote of the committee on content. So I agree. I think that we're very close to what this letter should contain. So
my motion is that on those two items, we deflect to the county on what's best based on safety, and let them decide, because that's the issue. It's safety. It's nothing else but safety. I don't think encouraging something that's going to be done 40 years from now, if ever. Okay, I think safety is important. That's what the sidewalk's about. That's what a road widening is about. Can these two pieces be done safely? If not, don't do it. If it can be done, do it. But let's move on. That's all. But that's kind of the bottom line.
okay, so there's a motion that the content letter is the committee's recommending the county consider the safety of the residents when deciding the question about the road widening and the sidewalk. Is there a second for that motion?
Second. Don't want to say anything.
Okay, so there is a second. All right, so all right, we've had a fair amount of discussion on this, and is there any more discussion on this?
Well, again, I'll go back to the points we've been discussing. I think that if you put it in, it would provide the incentive to finish it. And I think the community who's living there would have pressure to finish it. If you don't put it in, then who knows, 40 years, it will never be in. So going back to Stuart's point, making his argument, you would never have it in. So you would lose all the way around. And if there's no sidewalk there, people are walking on grass or going out there anyway. So
Or on the street.
So I'm not sure that, leaving the sidewalk off is going to create a safety hazard. I think the other way, leaving it off, is going to create a safety hazard, and it may never get done.
I'll vote for it if we can move on.
But all right, so in terms of the question, it's focused on safety. Do we want to add in language that says that the committee also acknowledges that we understand that if it is not installed during the requirement phase, that it may never get done as well, and put that statement in. That's incorporates Martin and Colette, your comments.
Do we have to even say that? I just say that we recommend putting the sidewalk in. It'll be obvious later if it's not finished, there'll be pressure to finish it. I don't think we have to say that. So,
all right,
we need to vote on Stuart's motion.
Yes, we would need to say, should the content talk about the safety? So
can we add to the motion an amendment in terms of language that says that we generally support increased connectivity and pedestrian connectivity?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Does that sort of have the balance for safety, but then also show that we are supportive of the sidewalk?
all right, so is there an objection to adding in that the committee supports increased pedestrian connectivity within the Odenton community?
I'm sorry, say again, Jason.
So is there any objection to adding the committee supports increased pedestrian connectivity within the Odenton community?
Yeah.
That you object to that, or
no?
Okay. All right, so then basically the content is that we would like the county to consider the safety of the residents when deciding road widening and the sidewalk. but the committee generally supports increased pedestrian connectivity within the Odenton community.
And therefore would encourage a sidewalk?
All right, any objection to adding that the committee encourages sidewalk construction?
That's the debate. And that's
I
what we're trying to leave open.
Exactly. Okay, so with an objection then, I'm taking, Stuart, your comment as an objection. So let's do the first question. The first two sentences of like considering the safety of the residents when deciding road widening and sidewalk, and we support increased pedestrian connectivity within the Odenton community. Any objections to that being content of the letter? I'm not going to say the content of the letter. I'm saying content of the letter. You can always have more. Okay.
Well, also, Jason, the plan does show a sidewalk, right?
Currently, yes.
So we would support the plan.
So that is the
Yes.
next question. Does the letter say that the committee recommends supports and recommends approval of the plan?
Yeah.
I need that as a motion.
I so moved that the committee recommend approval of the plan.
And I second Martin's motion.
Stuart, we agree on something. Goodness gracious.
We agree on a lot
All right.
more than you think.
All right, so now basically the committee is recommending approval of the plan. The committee supports the plan, and we recommend approval. And that content of the letter would say that we would like the county to consider safety of the residents when deciding road widening and the sidewalk, and we generally support increased pedestrian connectivity within the Odenton community.
Finish. Good.
All right. Any other additions to the content? Okay. All right. So all in favor of the recommendation of approval and our support, and that we would like the county to consider safety of the residents, and that we generally support increased pedestrian connectivity, all raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So, so Zaid and John, I will get a letter out to Mark indicating what you just heard.
Thank you guys very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you, guys.
All right, so next on our agenda is the parking garage. So I did see our other John on the call. So I guess we're John, we're turning over to you, or Mark, if there's any intervening.
Nope, you go right to John.
Okay.
Good evening, committee members. Hopefully everyone's having a pleasant week so far. I'm pleased to present to you the Odenton Mark Twain Parking Garage project, and today's topic is specifically to present modifications as they relate to county code and to the 2016 master development plan for the Odenton Town Center area. I am going to give a little bit of context to the project for those that are on from the greater community and may not have been on other previous discussions, but I'll try to make my presentation as brief as possible as I go through there. And I do have a presentation that I will start sharing now. Hopefully everyone can see my screen and my cursor. The Maryland Economic Development Corporation, which I am an employee of, I'm the Director of Real Estate Development and Construction for Medco, which is a quasi-governmental entity tasked with economic development from a real estate development and financing perspective, is partnering with Anne Arundel County, the State Department of Transportation, and the Maryland Transit Administration in developing a new 1,000 plus space parking garage located on a portion of the parking lot, the service area parking lot on the west lot, which I'll show a picture of momentarily, at the Odenton Mark train station in Odenton. The intent of this project is to be the first phase of a much larger transit-oriented development, or TOD, in the vicinity of the Mark train station. This is an effort that's been underway for a considerable amount of time. It's a multi-level parking garage, and it's one of the key objectives in the 2016 Odenton Town Center Master Plan to replace the existing surface parking space and to meet the needs of the Mark train ridership and facilitate future mixed-use transit-oriented development, essentially opening up the surface area parking to entice a private developer to come in to bring in mixed use development, such as retail, residential, and or office spaces, a blend thereof, as well as other program. The existing site is owned by Maryland state entities, and the project will be funded largely by Anne Arundel County. Obviously, it's located within the town center district area. Going to proceed here. Just quickly, background overview to orient everyone to the project site. This is the west lot area. You have Annapolis Road. Hopefully this is large enough everyone can see it. If not, I can make it larger. 175. Town Center Boulevard runs here. The existing kiss and ride space. And then let me make this a little bit larger. You see the rail lines here. The existing MARC train station is in this space right here. And the space that I'll be showing you overhead plans of is really this area in here where the garage is currently planned to reside. This is an overview of kind of the Google Maps current view of that space. Before I move forward, I wanted to also provide some context as far as how the design of the garage, which is in its design development stage, which is the second stage of development. It's gone through a schematic design, it's in design development and done. The next stage would be construction documentation after design development comments have been addressed. Based on different conversations with the different interested parties related to this project, you have community members, we have county members, and we have state members that all have a concerted interest in making sure this project is successful, have all provided input. Part of the guiding light of the approach for this project have been, one, having at least 1,000 parking spaces, if not more. At least 1,000 is one of the requirements that the state has requested happen for this garage. And that it be proximal to the station and to the platform so that pedestrians, so that MARC train riders can have easy access to the station and to the rail lines. We've been requested by the community and through conversations like these to keep the profile of the garage as low as possible, considering its context, which is mostly below 5 stories in the area. So keeping it 4.5 stories so that we don't have a considerably large height-wise building has been one of the guiding principles from that perspective. And then trying to open up as much of the rest of the lot, the west lot, as possible to entice additional developers, to other developers through TOD activation to come in. So the idea of trying to conserve as much land so that there is more land available for private developers to come in, which is a solicitation that the state of Maryland considers releasing after the garage is underway to the private development world. Moving on, as I mentioned before, we are at the design development phase. So we have, here is our kind of existing conditions of that space and that area. Again, you're going to see in the next subsequent plans, more or less where the garage overlays in this relative area. This is really an existing conditions plan, part of the design development package. We have our site plan. Again, here you can see the footprint of the building, which is in this gray color. And you can also see some of the attendant, pardon me, site improvements that are currently conceived as part of the design approach for the project. You'll see here that we have some, it's referred to as temporary parking, but some parking improvements here. We have a trail that leads to the project site that runs kind of parallel to the platform. We have some hardscape improvements through the courtyard area between the building and the platform space. We also have some other hardscaping work that goes in between the station and the historic bank building, for those of you familiar with that area. You also see that we have other sidewalk work. Many of these items I will be discussing and addressing as part of the modification discussions that are forthcoming. But this gives you at least an overview of, from a site perspective, what else beyond just the footprint of the garage itself will be part of this project. Also, complementing that site plan would be the landscaping plan. Again, I will get into details related to the landscaping plan shortly as part of my discussions related to some modification requests. Pardon me. But here you can see the landscaping plan, at least as an overview. We'll get some more specifics in a moment as far as the approach here. I also wanted to give some context as far as the facade, because there is an informed facade at this point in time, and want to give a sense of the materiality, and then just a very quick overview of the elevations for those that are unfamiliar with it. Here is just a few samples of the materiality we're going to be using on the outside. We've gone, which largely has been informed by input from community members, from the county, and from the state, again, trying to keep this fairly sizable building, despite its lower profile, within its proper context in the community area. So we're going with red bricks, a combination of red and gray brick, some precast stone elements, some smooth column elements, some framework as far as the storefront without glass, and we'll see those in a moment. Some other examples here, that framework without glazing, doing hard, slate, but in this case using a synthetic slate product. And this is kind of a sample panel of one section of the garage, and then an elevation of the garage of how it's kind of laid out from here. So we have our west elevation, a south elevation, our east elevation, and our north elevation. So you can see there's a blending of the materials here to kind of break up the mass of the building, to give it a little bit more texture. This does not do it exact justice, and that's the reason why we have a couple other renderings here. Town Center Boulevard being here for reference, the Kiss and Ride being here for reference. You can see that we are announcing entranceways into and out of the garage by a change in materiality to the exterior. And then here, I'll just do a very quick fly around the building. Again, here's Town Center Boulevard, Kiss and Ride, main stairwell here into the garage. This is the back end where the current stormwater management or wetland area is here. This is the north entranceway with the Amtrak trail train tracks here. And then finally, pardon me, Kiss and Ride for reference in this space. This would be the southern facade, and then Town Center Boulevard going that way. Now that we've oriented ourselves to the project very quickly, I'm going to start with the Anne Arundel County code modifications that the project, under its current design development process, anticipates requesting. And then I will then follow up with the 2016 Master Development Plan modification requests, and follow at the end with some of the bonus program items that the project will bring. Jason, I defer to you if I should pause in between. I do have a fairly substantial handful of these modifications, which I can go through very quickly. So I'll take your cue whether I should wait in between or batch them, meaning whether we should pause in between modification requests and discuss, or if I should just go through.
Let's go through the code modifications and then pause, and then allow us to get through those, because I would like to do the stance on the committee with regard to those if we're going to continue our current stance. Then we'll go to the master plan modifications, discuss those.
Very good. The first modification request that we have is, what the project has, is to 17.2.108E, which is to bypass the preliminary plan and go directly to the site development plan. The explanation for this request is essentially in consultation with the county and in review of the project's impact to traffic, utilities, and other elements of the site. We believe that it would be appropriate for it to forego the preliminary plan and go directly to site development plan stage. Pretty straightforward from there as far as its impact. It's a garage, so it's utility, at least its sewer and water demands are going to be pretty limited from that perspective. And based on our analysis with our traffic engineer, the intersections that we will be interfacing with as part of the project should not have an adverse effect due to the garage presence there. The second modification request, and I don't know, please pause and ask for further detail if you need to in between, but otherwise I will move forward through these. The second modification request, request number 2, This is 17-6-301B5, removal of priority retention areas, specimen trees. I know I've mentioned this on previous discussions or presentations to the committee here, but we are going to request modification to the county code to remove 2 specimen trees from the west lot site location. Our area of disturbance for construction is going to impact the critical root zone of 2 specimen trees during construction. We had written into our design development documents mitigation efforts, but at the same time, in parallel, requested an arborist come out and analyze the trees to assess their condition, which the analysis, which I'll touch base on shortly, came back that the 2 trees in question are really in fair condition. They have a parasitic, non-curable black polypore fungal infection and would probably be severely injured in their critical root zone during the project approach, even with some of the mitigation measures in place. The options available, and again, the layout of the garage is as efficient as it can be with those parameters I discussed earlier. Trying to contain those many spaces, be contained within a space, be pushed as close to the platform and station as possible. So the options we looked at was either trying to completely redesign the corner of the garage, which would lose spaces, make it less efficient and more expensive, or to continue with the current efforts with the understanding we would need to request the removal of these 2 trees. For context, we have a specimen tree assessment that was undertaken. We did look at 3 trees to see. There was a third one that we thought might be a specimen tree, but due to its diameter did not qualify as such. So ST4 and ST5, which I'll show on the landscaping plan, are the 2 trees that are labeled in fair condition. That are willow oaks. They both have that kind of presence of the fungal infection. Here are some pictures of tree ST4. You can see evidence here. You can see vines growing on up here. ST5. Again, here's the polypore mushroom, the base, and then some of the die-off in the top. On the site plan, Town Center Boulevard comes in through here. Again, here's the you can kind of see the kiss and ride turn here. Here's the wetland area, and ST4 and 5 are right in this corner, right next to one another, almost on top of one another.
Excuse me, John.
Yes.
Are there willow oaks elsewhere around the pond area, across the pond there?
There is a third one that was not identified as a specimen tree, Martin, yes.
Okay.
I'd have to pull the FSD, the forest stand delineation report that we have to identify all the willow oaks.
Okay, the ones across the pond, north, or yeah, those, what are those again?
I'd have to pull the report up and
okay,
let you know, Martin. Not a fan. My apologies.
Okay.
So that is the second modification request. Modification request number 3, and this is to the Anne Arundel County Landscape Manual. So it's a kind of a general 17 note. I don't have a specific reference here. Essentially, pardon me. The request here is to provide fewer planting units along Town Center Boulevard as part of the project implementation approach. I'm sure many of you are probably familiar with this, but the county's landscaping manual scores you points depending on what kind of plantings that you do. And based on the project and its approach, we would require about 11 planting units for the street trees. Now, and I'll show you images of this later. Because of the street frontage and the overhanging power lines that we have, we don't have the opportunity to plant fully mature trees in this space that would score us the points from a planting unit perspective that would meet the manual. Where we are is based on our calculations from the civil engineers, we would be required to plant up to 22 minor trees to meet the requirement. But due to the limited space that we have along Town Center Boulevard, we believe we're only going to be able to fit about 13 of those trees in that space. So this would be a modification requesting planting fewer trees, at least along that particular run on Town Center Boulevard. For context here, This is the area we're talking about on the plan. So you can see these are trees here. So as I mentioned, according to the manual, these would be full-sized trees. But as I'm about to show you in the current layout at Duckins, at the intersection of Town Center and Duckins is where this set of power lines comes onto Town Center Boulevard on the project side of the road. Pardon me. You can see that the trees that are planted there are probably some kind of dwarf or smaller profile or canopy tree. That's one. This is looking south down Town Center Boulevard from the intersection of Duckins. And see, and this is looking north from the intersection of the Kiss and Ride space up towards Duckins. You can see the trees that are planted here are the lower profile, and you can see the power lines there.
John, what were the
Yes.
tree types that you're thinking of there again?
I would have to pull that off the landscaping plan for you, Martin,
Okay,
which I'm more than happy to do.
just curious if those trees will be against the building or very close to the building wall. Will there be a lot of heat there for those trees? Will they be able to survive in that area?
I will show a plan later on that
Okay.
shows actually those shifts, those trees actually shifting away from the building and closer to the roadway.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Code modification request number 4. And this is a general deviation from the County Department of Public Works standard infrastructure implementation design standards for implementation of water and sanitary lines. The specifics of this, I do not know at this point in time because we're at design development and because the utility connections that I'm about to discuss will need to be carefully coordinated. This is based on preliminary discussions with the design team on my end, as well as the Department of Public Works from the county side. So the project anticipates the potential need to request deviations from the standard design requirements related to water and sanitary pipe clearances, as well as infrastructure placement related to such systems. Typically, when you have pipes that run horizontally through a space, they want to be far enough away from one another so that you can get in and maintain them. And that requires clearance all the way around the pipe. In the image I will show you after this, you'll see that the area that we are intending to tie our water and sewer lines for the garage into is a very congested utility area already. It are services that corridor, which is between the historic bank and the station, is already servicing the station and the bank building itself for water and sanitary. And we've had an expressed request from the state to not commingle the service lines for water and sanitary from the garage with the station, meaning that we have to run parallel utility lines through there. As opposed to combining them, which is fine, but for the fact that they're going to get a little bit tighter to one another than would be standard, we believe. And that's the reason why I'm noting this. The question as far as the placement of infrastructure has to do with any manholes or other buried structures that would be attended to those service lines. We may need to shift where they would normally go, whereas the Department of Public Works may prefer it being in X, Y, and Z spots. We may have to compromise and move those one way or the other laterally, or up and down or across property lines. Again, I don't know the specifics of this, but in the spirit of transparency, I wanted to make sure that this was noted. I think I've talked through at least the explanation portion of it, but of course you can read it here. I'll toggle over here to the actual design plan, which is little 2. All right. To give you a little sense of context. So here, the railroad tracks are here, Amtrak tracks are here, Kiss and Ride is here. Here is the garage. We have a office area here and a retail space up in this area, but we have water and sanitary coming from the garage, making a run through this area here. And then it's when we get to this space really here. We did an intense study with the civil engineering team to determine the most appropriate connection point for water and sanitary, and it is at the end of Odenton Road, which does dead end, but there is a main for both sanitary and water there, of which the station and the bank building tie into currently. And so it's really in this space, as you can see, those lines are pretty close to one another, that we would conceive of potentially needing to request a deviation from standard design approach for those utilities. And I did want to note, because I did submit it as part of the discussion notes for today, the wetland buffer so modification 17.6401. However, this modification was discussed or presented by civil engineers at SRI Site Resources during the July 2023 meeting, and a letter was issued. Thank you for for issuing the letter, and thank you for entertaining our civil engineering team that evening. I would just wanted to note that that's already been done, but and that those that are listening that want to refer to that can go to the July meeting notes and video from there. Those are the county code modifications that I have to present, Jason.
Okay, thanks, John. So I just want to pause right there to, again, reiterate what I said to the committee last time, which is the committee typically does not take a stance on county code modifications. And I missed something in our last vote that we'll get back to after this is done. But I wanted to request a motion from the committee to sustain that stance on these 5 code modification requests, to see if the committee would be all right with the committee sustaining that it does not take a stance on county code modification requests, as those are outside of our purview and are within the purview of only the county. And so is there anyone who would like to submit that motion?
Jason, are these all truly county code issues?
So the first 5 that we saw here, yes, those are all county code modification requests.
Okay.
The Odenton Town Center Master Plan requests are next. Those are in our purview. But what you just saw are technically outside of our purview because they're requests to have modifications to the code itself.
Yeah, we talked about the specimen trees before. So you're thinking that's still within the code?
No, so removal of 2 specimen trees is actually in the master plan modification request, so they're going to come up again.
Yes.
So
correct.
solely the code modifications are what I'm asking right now.
Yeah, okay, good.
So could I have a motion to sustain the committee's stance that we do not take a position on code modifications because they are outside of our purview?
So moved.
Okay, thanks, Stuart. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
A question, Jason, on this motion. Do we have to state that?
Yes. We do have to state that in
even
the letter.
comment on those. I mean, are we? So they're presented to us. The county should know they're code related, and that we don't have that purview. Is it just reminding the county that we don't have that purview?
So they're also presented for the benefit of the community. John? Mm-hmm.
Yes, I should have said this as part of the context at the beginning of the discussion. My apologies for not doing so. For a matter of efficiency's sake, for these topics, I would need to otherwise present them to the committee and to the public at large. And so this meeting is a combination of the two, where the community and public has been invited to join the committee discussions, which is the primary purpose for noting these code modifications, so as that we can number one, avail you, the committee, as a body of our desire here, understanding that you cannot take a position on them from that perspective, but also to receive any questions from the public at large as part of that, or at least present to the public at large too, which is one of the prerequisite criteria before actually making a formal request for the modification to the county as part of the entitlement process.
So for public comment, we are going to entertain public comment on the entire package of what John is presenting. I'm just trying for expediency in our own discussions to say that when we go back to talk about our letter, we're not, I would like to get it so we're excluding the code modifications, so we don't have to talk about that after he continues his presentation. That's the purpose for this early vote, is to make it more efficient for us later, to help future us.
Yep.
So all in favor or any more discussion, I should say, any more discussion on the request on the committee sustaining its position that it does not take a stance on code modifications? Okay. Hearing no more discussion, all in favor of the committee sustaining its position for taking no stance, raise your hand or say aye. 3, 4. Sandy, Brenda. Just want to make sure I catch you as well. Sandy and Brenda, do you have a vote?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Brenda?
You didn't see my hand? It's up.
Yep. There we go.
Okay.
All right. Perfect. All right. So in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So the committee sustains its view that we do not take a position on code modifications. Okay. So John, go ahead. Let's talk about the master plan. This is where the committee actually does have purview.
Thank you, Jason. So the first modification request I have page and figure references as it relates to the master plan from there. Hopefully that is appropriate, or at least when I am able to, I reference page and figure. The first modification request relates to the layout of Town Center Boulevard, and I will show a diagram here of how this deviates. There are basically 3 sub modifications that are embedded in the roadway approach as set forth in the master plan. And again, apologies if I'm not stating this as clearly as possible. I'm doing my best. Our interpretation of the master plan is that we would need to have a dedicated bike lane and 10-foot minimum sidewalk. What we are proposing as part of Town Center Boulevard is a 11-foot shared use path in lieu of that. Our interpretation or understanding of the master plan is that there should be a lane of parking along Town Center Boulevard, and our plan does not include that. And then our interpretation of the master plan is that the roadway width from the center line would be at least 32.5 feet. And our current design development approach does not have that. It would be less than that 32.5 foot center line clearance. Our explanations and rationale for this is very akin to what I mentioned beforehand as far as the constraints of the site and trying to accomplish and accommodate all the stated desires of the various stakeholders. So between the constraints of the site and the desires to keep the garage's height down, the floor plans as efficient as possible while still being an L and accommodating 1,000 parking spaces have contributed to some very tight site conditions along Town Center Boulevard, leading to this particular set of requests, or this subset of requests. This will be a somewhat common theme in some of the requests that we're asking. I'm going to shift over here because I think this does help. So we are specifically talking about, the area from Duckins down to the corner along Town Center Boulevard. And I do have a cross section for reference, so this will be a little bit more helpful coming up next. Nope. If I can pull it up here. Yep, there we go. Apologies about that. So that's the section here is, the overhead view. I'm going to go and focus on the existing conditions and then our proposed approach, which I believe I've shared concepts of this before, and thank you members of the committee for some of your feedback previously. So you can see here is the existing conditions that we're talking about. And then here's what we are proposing to put in place. Again, you see here, rather than having a 10-foot dedicated walkway, we're doing a shared use pathway for bicyclists and pedestrians. I will talk about a bonus program proffer that we have that increases pedestrian flow on the other side of the project site, I think, as a compromise approach to this. Again, we do not see any parking along Town Center Boulevard. Our rationale for that is we're creating a free parking garage with 1,000 spaces. And so the parking attended to or along Town Center Boulevard would find its way into that garage area, especially considering the need to have sufficient flow into and out of the Town Center Boulevard area, and then really the future TOD site. And then the center line clearances of the 32.5 foot is more so just a product of the limited amount of space in which to work with. Again, the intent of the project approach is not to do anything on the west side of the Town Center Boulevard, but to do the improvements on the east side of Town Center Boulevard where the garage is located. And I'll pause for a moment there. I do have a picture of the existing, jumping around here a little bit. And I do have a picture of kind of the existing layout. Obviously, our approach here is to provide another travel lane to eliminate this sidewalk area along the roadway and to put that on the inside track away from the path of traffic and closer to the garage, which would be situated around this area here.
John, I have a quick question on this one.
Yes.
So with the median disappearing, is there any plan to do anything with the crosswalk to make that a little safer then? Because then you have somebody that's crossing several lanes of traffic.
I should clarify, the median section that you saw that goes away is here. I can actually let me pull up the plan for you. So you notice that we're leaving the median
got it. Okay.
south intact.
Thank you.
We are eliminating the median that's here to create that left turn lane into the garage.
Thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate that.
My apologies for not making that clear at the beginning. Yes, that's a good observation.
Oh, John, there's two medians there. Are you talking about keeping both?
This
one's aside. Yeah.
This is my fault for grabbing the wrong image from Google Earth. I should have gone up a little bit further. This median up here, which is another one of the modification requests that I'll note when it comes to planting the strips. This median in the distance to the north is the one that will be shrunk in order to accommodate a left turning lane off of 175 into the garage.
That's the only area then, right?
Correct. This median strip would stay in place undisturbed. Should I have others? Do I want to pause more for further comment, or do you want me to proceed?
One question, John, from me is you're decreasing the roadway width from the center line from 32.5 feet to what? Do you have a point, like a range to what you're decreasing it to?
Well, the current conditions are not 32.5. The plan dictates that it would be 32.5. We know right now that it's not going to be 32.5. It's going to be something less than that. How much less than that, we don't know, because as I mentioned, we're in the design development phase, and so we'll know when we get into the construction phase, but we already know that's going to be a modification from that 32.5 foot center line request or target.
Okay. Chad, go ahead.
Yeah, and if I missed this, I apologize. But as we're talking about medians restricting and everything, is there plans or is there a new location for shuttles going to and from the base to park and to pick up from with these modifications? And are the roads and the median distances considering those shuttles having access in and out of the garage? Thanks.
Oh, sure. We're referring to bus service.
Yes.
Yes. So one of our proffers later on the bonus round, so to speak, will be the clearance and availability of buses in a combination of buses under the overhang of the garage on the first floor. So we are, in conjunction with, in conversation with the MTA and MDOT, wanting to make sure that we have accommodation at and around and under the garage to have enough space for one bus in layover, one bus in drop off, and even one bus in just queue. So that you'll see there's lane space under and near the overhang of the first floor of the garage, which is a 2-story height, for 3 buses essentially to sit right next to one another.
Perfect. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, let's keep going.
Yes, sir. The second modification request that I have, and again, I'm just referencing pages and figures here, is a mixed use requirement. This pops up in several locations throughout the master plan, and primarily, I believe the intent is that developments in the town center would have at least 50% first floor retail component to them, and that there is a we'll call it an available exception for transportation or multimodal stations as an exception to that rule. Our request is that the garage qualify as one of those transportation multimodal station exceptions, and that the requirement to have more than 50% mixed use or retail on the first floor be acceptable. Obviously, the explanation for this is that the garage is, although it does have a very small retail component that's close to the station and is still in the design, is not by any means, the same percentage as some of the figures would indicate in the master plan. And the whole point of having the garage there is to open up the rest of the project site to bring forth a very robust mixed use activation, which we would assume would be largely retail on first floor, if not exclusively retail on first floor, with entranceways for residential or however the private developers would activate it. But that seems to be the typical playbook for that perspective. That's more or less. And there are, as I mentioned, several notes in here. I was kind of like doing a research project a little bit on the different areas that note this. But that was the modification request, is ensuring that we can avail ourselves of that exception and not have the design held up because of this concept of having 50% of the first floor be retail.
So John, the question I have is, why are you requesting a modification to allow possibly a change in precedent versus just requesting a reduction of 50% to a lower value?
Well, it kind of is embedded in the interpretation of the plan, Jason. So we knew that there was an exception, but to request an exception, it was a little confusing on our end, to be perfectly honest, on what we should be asking for. Okay. Other than we know we're not going to be 50% retail on the first floor. We believe there's an exception based in the word and verbiage of the master plan that allows us to deviate from that. And so we should at least make a case towards that from a, again, transparency perspective.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. That just helps me with context for how to describe this. So, okay.
And perhaps a modification is the wrong way of qualifying it. It might just be a statement of we intend to avail ourselves of this embedded element of the plan. But again, wanting to be err on the side of caution, we wanted to frame it as a modification. Understanding that if we hadn't identified as a modification and later it were identified as such, so we would have to have another community meeting to qualify it as a modification, if that makes sense.
Right. Yep. No, I completely get what you're saying. And so that makes sense. Any questions from the committee on this one? Okay. From my opinion, this one seems to be more procedural, so I don't see this one as being as heavy in discussion. Mark, I actually have more questions for the county actually than I do for John on this one. So, but I'll hold until a little later. All right, let's go ahead, John.
Yes, sir. I just showed for reference the location and amount of retail space for reference here, but as you mentioned, we probably don't need to get into details. It's here, right tucked in the corner, close to the platform. So the third modification request is street standards for pedestrian systems. This is hopefully this one won't get too confusing because in discussion with the civil engineering team, it was a bit confusing, and I think it'll make more sense when we go through the landscaping approach to Town Center Boulevard. But our interpretation of the master plan as it relates around Town Center Boulevard and the roadways there, the order of operations. So if you're in the car, you have a curb edge. Our understanding is that the plan dictates you should do curb edge, landscaping, sidewalk / hardscaping all the way to the footprint of the building, whatever your structure is. What we are requesting, and the request varies depending on where you are on the sidewalk, and I can show you that, is that along the Town Center Boulevard, we vary from that in that in some sections we have curb edge, landscaping, sidewalk, and then a landscaping buffer before the footprint of the building. So if we were following kind of the letter of the master plan, we'd follow that hardscape, streetscape, sidewalk all the way to the edge of the building, and we're not doing that. We're proposing putting a little bit of a softening edge from a landscaping perspective there along Town Center Boulevard. And as you turn the corner, and I'll show you this on the plan, as you turn the corner onto the Kiss and Ride roadway, we're deviating from that again, in that we're proposing to do curb edge, sidewalk, landscaping, building footprint. And we're proposing to do that for on Town Center, to start with the first part. We're proposing to do that to soften the edge of the building, to propose some a little bit, soften up the sight lines of the building from there. And on the Kiss and Ride roadway, we are proposing to shift the landscaping towards the edge of the building so that you can have better visibility of pedestrians and bicyclists as you make the turn off of Town Center Boulevard onto the Kiss and Ride roadway. There are entranceways into the garage off of the Kiss and Ride roadway, and being able to see pedestrians walking around, we thought was going to be very beneficial to circulation, slow drivers down, and make it a little bit of a safer environment from that perspective. And I think it'll make more sense when I show you the plan here up close. So,
John, just to clarify, because your paragraphs were identical. The first bullet set you had is what the master plan requires. The second bullet set is along Town Center Boulevard. The third bullet set is along your Kiss and Ride road.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Apologies, but I'm more than happy to share this PDF document, Jason, for context too.
I would absolutely love that PDF document. Thank you.
Not a problem at all. So, so again, if we were following the instructions or the guidance of the master plan along Town Center Boulevard, we should have curb edge, landscaping, hardscaping all the way to the edge of the building. And our deviation from that is the softening edge of this landscaping that you see here, this kind of edge of landscaping. That's the difference in the approach. Again, we're trying to soften the edge here. We're also trying to get some more plantings into that space because, wanting to make sure that we have as much greenery in that area as possible. Because as I mentioned, it's even though it's only 4.5 stories, it's still a very large building. That's the deviation along Town Center Boulevard. When you get to the edge here, again, you have traffic that's going to be turning out and then turning in to the garage and out of the garage. And there's another bus entranceway over here. And I guess back to, I believe it was Chad's question before, and you'll see more on the first floor plan. This is a nice wide area here where buses can queue up. But staying on topic, when you turn the corner here to the kiss and ride area, again, if we were following the guidance of the plan, it would be curb edge, landscaping, sidewalk all the way to the building footprint. And we're swapping out the landscaping and the hardscaping in this case, where we have curb edge, walkway, landscape, hardscape, and then landscaping up against, well, not up against, but being closest to the proximity of the footprint of the garage.
And this helps with the visibility, John, I think you were mentioning.
Yes. So Martin, the intent here is as pedestrians are coming around the corner here, and as cars are turning the corner, and we obviously we have signage and other things to slow down traffic, but at least now you can have clear line of sight to someone walking along here, you know, as opposed to if they were behind a screen of landscaping, it would be very difficult to see someone in that space until you were almost making that curve. We felt that was a pretty significant safety issue.
Yeah. Okay.
John, I have a quick question around the telephone poles. So you showed that nice picture before. Where are those along town center when it comes to sort of the order of curb and sidewalk and plantings and such?
They are this thick line right here. So this thick line that kind of they jump across the street and then follow kind of along the island area on the kiss and ride space. They land at that pole lands kind of where my cursor is, and then it branches off towards Odenton Road and then down towards the kiss and ride towards the tracks from there. And they actually go. I'm sorry,
go ahead.
And they go over the tracks to the other side.
And the poles wouldn't end up in the path, right? So the way it's laid out, the way you have it, they're not going to be like in the middle of the pathway or anything.
No, there are some guide wires that we've identified that support the poles that we are going to have to reconfigure to keep the guide wires that hold the poles in place or prevent them from shifting like horizontally. Will need to be shifted, but not the poles themselves. And the reason why we're moving those guide wires is that they will get out of the path of travel from that 11-foot multi-use pathway.
Okay. And so they're not really part of the consideration with the modification request.
No, not necessarily. No, we're trying to work around them as an existing condition, and so
they're very hard to move.
Very expensive.
Yes.
And hard to move. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions specifically about the order of installation, which is the request that John has? Okay, let's move on.
I believe this is okay. Number 4, streetscape landscaping. So this echoes back to the median question that we had beforehand, and I'll show you the image from the plans again. So there is guidance in the master plan that any medians be planted with some kind of greenery. As I mentioned, the median area that we are going to touch is near Duckins to make that left turn lane into the garage, which makes the median actually very small, considerably small. Our thoughts on planting that is number one, it would be, depending on what you plant it with, could be a problem from a safety perspective. If you planted a tree there, it'd be hard to see around it. And if you are planting grass there, you are creating a maintenance issue because you're talking about a very small island of grass that someone at some point in time will have to mow, weed, or otherwise maintain. A thought process here is because of the size and location of it, it would make more sense just to leave it one contiguous piece of hardscaping from there. And that is really the request that we're looking for. And I'll show you that location again for reference. Here's Duckins, and here's that. So currently the median strip kind of comes down to around about here. So we're talking about getting rid of it, that portion of it, and this is what would remain. I think, do I have a picture of, I don't have a picture of that. But you saw pictures of the median strip earlier, which is basically just grass at this point in time.
John, what material would you be using to replace it that would also still look nice, just out of curiosity.
I mean, materiality is, could be any, anything within reason, I guess. We haven't necessarily gotten that far, and we are not that far down the line that we can't choose something, different. Concrete is obviously a durable approach, but that's not the most attractive from that perspective. And we would probably have to find something that also fits within the county's requirements as far as design requirements for road median construction. So I believe Town Center Boulevard is a county controlled road. So I think the only thing we're saying is please not anything that grows that needs to be maintained, because someone has to go out there and maintain it. And if it grows too high, then you're obscuring the view of being able to safely turn into that area from there.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, let's move on.
And then the last modification request, Jason, which is kind of it's not a repeat, it's the same request, but referred to the master plan, is the specimen tree removal. And I'd have to pull the exact page reference for that. But I think our understanding is that there is verbiage in the master plan that speaks to the idea of retaining specimen trees when possible. And so I'm happy to reiterate the rationale for that approach if you need me to, but really the same rationale would be the reasons why we were requesting that modification here.
All right, I want to pause real quick. I'm trying to keep track of the agenda. So for our Academy Yard presentation, we still have to get through the bonus proffers and the discussion. And so we are definitely not going to hit our timeline. So what I don't want to do is keep you just sitting and waiting for multiple hours, because we probably won't get to you until probably at this rate, it's going to be closer to 9 o'clock. So my question would you be amenable to, if we have a session, I would say, I'd ask the committee if we could have it within 2 weeks for them. So I'd like to hear from our Academy Yard attendees, your thoughts on that.
Hi, Jason, this is George Karras. We're under a relatively tight time frame on this in terms of our resubmission date. So we'd rather stay a little longer and knock it off tonight if that's possible.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's that you're on the agenda. So basically we're going to go until you're done then. So I wanted to give you that option because I know that this that you're sitting and waiting. So I just wanted to check with you first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, great. All right, so John, you had said then it's the same request that you had made for the code modifications, but this is to the master plan. And did you have the page or the location of the master plan where specimen tree removal is covered?
Yeah, if I stop presenting for a moment, I can grab that.
So Martin, yes, this now is the time to talk about the specimen trees.
Page 88, item 6.1.1.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
John, I think you laid out these reasons in a previous meeting. And again tonight, summarizing that. We didn't talk about proffers related to this. Are there any?
Related directly to the tree itself?
Yeah, to the tree issue.
The trees themselves?
Like planting of additional trees?
We do have native planting species that we're targeting. So an increase beyond the 50%, trying to get to like 57, 60% from that perspective. I think it was 57. We have other elements that are not necessarily plant based as far as our proffers.
So we'll go through the proffers after after the hearing the master plan modifications. But
I
specifically, are
think,
there
Jason, I was
questions?
asking if there was a proffer related to the specimen tree.
Right. Okay.
Not directly, Martin, no.
All right. So any questions specifically with regard to the specimen trees? Okay. So John, let's go through the proffers then, please.
Yes, sir. I'll share my
I think
screen.
that'll help get to what Martin is getting toward.
Understood. Hopefully, I'm sharing screen again. Hopefully everyone can see. I tried to batch these as much as possible under their different titles. So as far as development proffers, we have our transportation proffers, which include covered bus stop, as mentioned before, and I'll show the first floor plan there. Covered bike spaces, and providing a significant number of covered bike spaces, and just an increase in the overall parking spaces available for bikes as well. So we plan on exceeding that, as well as the connection walkway internal to the site, so that walkway for pedestrian and bike passage safely along the in parallel to the platform and to the site. So from a north-south passageway to the project site. And I'll show you those in a second here. So first, the bike and cover. So bus first. You'll see here that we have the kiss and ride coming in. You have spot for bus turn off here, bus queuing here, bus queuing here, bus queuing here. This is the edge of the building on the first floor, which is a 2-story height building. So that's all under cover. You can see here. This will let me, oh, sorry. These icons are all bike parking. You see there's a cluster of them here on the first floor, again under the cover of the first floor overhang, and then there's another bank of them close to the northwest section of the garage. So you have your covered bike parking there, covered bike parking here, bus stop and queuing in this space here. And then as far as the trail is concerned, here you have the ability to be able to travel by bike or by foot along this pathway here into the project site and through the project site if you wanted to, onto Odenton Road or other connecting trails from that perspective, far away from any other modes of transportation or vehicles and close to the platform. There, those are those development proffers. I have environmental proffers, unless anyone has questions on the development proffers.
I do have one quick question, John. So
Yes.
For the bus shelter, will there also be seating, like benches or anything like that?
We currently don't have seating in the plan at this point in time, but that does not preclude that we couldn't include some seating from that perspective.
I think seating
I
would
think
be
so.
great.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, that's a great comment, Colette. I really appreciate that. I'm writing that down right now. Other questions? On the environmental proffers, and I know we've mentioned these before in previous discussions with the committee, but electric car charging stations, we'll have 34 of them on day one, and the rough-ins for to accommodate 80 additional ones as the project grows over time. We are targeting right now, I believe the required amount for native planning is 50%. We've already said there's an opportunity to do at least 57%, with potentially being able to do more if needed. The civil team and I had a very interesting discussion about what is or isn't a native plan. It depends on what reference guide you look at as far as what is native and what's not. But we do feel there's the capacity to be able to exceed the minimum requirements from that perspective.
Are these shrubs or trees? Combination?
It's it would be a combination of those. I think the larger the plant, the more points you score, so to speak. If
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I'd have to refer to the civil team on the specifics of that, Martin.
Yeah.
Park Smart certification. So the parking garages don't have LEED certification, that don't qualify for that. They have their own subset of, we'll call it green build, but it's called Park Smart. And most of it has to do with the operational side of the garage. Some of it does apply to construction, but a lot of it has to do with operations as well. And the stated target for the project is level bronze certification or better. So bronze is target. If when there's an opportunity to go beyond that, obviously we'll try to pursue that. Solar panels, which those that saw the previous rendering saw the solar panel array there, which is substantial from that perspective. There's another proffer. And then believe it or not, we will be returning more pervious land than we started off with. So there's sections that we're actually removing impervious surface, and when the garage is done, there'll be more pervious surface than there was to start off with. And I'll show you. So again, looking at the first floor plans, you have locations that are labeled EV, and those are obviously the EV locations for electronic vehicle charging stations. And there are a cluster of them on the north section of the L. That's through the stack of 4 floors. And then you have other EV charging stations down along the first floor area here, sprinkled in. Again, they're kind of small to see, but here they are labeled EV. The ones labeled RS or rideshare, KAR is Kiss and Ride from there. And then you have another idea of your shuttle loop through here. So call out to your point, there's definitely an opportunity to be able to consider benches or some kind of seating for queue here along this strip that won't interfere with pedestrians per se. And I'll talk with the design team about how we can incorporate some of those elements into the design from there. Those are the environmental proffers. And then I have one more, which is streetscape urban design as it relates to art. I don't know if we had any other environmental questions or not. Hearing none. So the idea of having civic art or art locations, I know we have discussed this previously, and I'm going to go back to kind of the, here you can see those solar arrays here. So I have been talking with the design team on opportunities where art can be located. And we've identified several locations, in fact. One, again, to orient everyone, this is where the wetland area is, stormwater wetland area is here. This is the north facade. This is Town Center Boulevard. This space we've identified as the opportunity for a substantial kind of wayfinding and arrival mural as a public art installation. Identified the opportunity in each of the, so again, you have the tracks, the Amtrak tracks that run through here, but each of the floors through here being an opportunity for public art from a mural perspective. And then I'll show you inside the building on the other side of the building here. And it's kind of hard to see, but in through here where that bike parking is, there's a 2-story wall along the office space inside. So as you're coming in from a bus area, there's a large 2-story wall on the inside there that is also another opportunity for public art to be placed. And again, that's right prominent where most of the pedestrians coming in and out or bike traffic coming in and out will be. In addition to those, in our site plan, called out with the symbol A and an asterisk, are 2 locations for public art installations related to the pedestrian walkway areas. So we've kind of marked these off as locations for sculptures or something similar or akin to that being here, which are really very prominently displayed as far as how many individuals will actually be walking past them. Also, I think as a follow-up to our previous discussions, we have been talking with Stuart and his team on looking at and investigating the idea of incorporating that mural that used to be hung at another location and seeing if there's an opportunity or space inside of the garage to be able to bring that in and make that part of the public art appeal for the project.
Well, John, I think that's terrific that all these opportunities exist for art. It's one of the things that the committee talked a lot about in the early days of establishing, our view of what the city might look like. And I'm just delighted personally to see the opportunities like this show up. So thanks for that.
No, not a problem. I think it's a really great opportunity for the community to be able to brand the I call it branding, but really make the garage its own from that perspective.
That'd be great.
Okay, Chad?
Yeah, so on that point, and I brought it up before, but obviously I think the installation and the military component should be represented somewhere in the garage, since that is the key driver to our community and bringing it there. So I don't know how that gets brought into the discussion, but if you look around most military communities, they absolutely show something tied to their installation, which, similar to Odenton, Fort Meade is the primary economic engine for Odenton. So I don't know at what level those discussions get in there, but it seems absolutely appropriate to make sure not all, maybe not even significant, but at least some of that art is dedicated to, or at least tied to, the service members and the workers in the area. I just don't know where that conversation goes to formally.
So Chad, what are you thinking of in terms of military art?
So there's, whether it's the insignia or logos from, some of the major tenants, Cyber Command, NSA, Fort Meade, their logos are absolutely artistic. I don't know if Stuart was talking about the mural that was hanging in the Fort Meade Museum that got, I believe, moved over to the church, but also, I would like potentially art, and I say but I know in talking with, I was just speaking with Colonel Sapp about this today, about there's nothing in Odenton that says that it is a military community, even though it is. So finding some art or some images that speak to that and are displayed in prominent locations would be good for not just us, but also to help attract the people that we want to live in Odenton and work in Fort Meade and take advantage of the amenities to live down there. That is just something that we as the fort are very interested in being able to pursue.
Well, that's more of an advertisement than art.
Yep. But all right, so I think it's a good comment that says that whatever process is used to do art selection in these areas needs to be open for all members of the community, to include Fort Meade, to participate, such that the best selection is possible. And I think that's a really good comment. In terms of the, just so I can make sure I keep us moving, is are there other discussion items that the committee has regarding anything that you have heard? I would say sans the code modifications, because we've already discussed how we're not taking a stance there. But in terms of the master plan modifications or the bonus program proffers, are there additional comments or feedback that the committee has in terms of comments there? So I would say either raise your hand or indicate as such. Okay, so Colette, you have your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to just also delightful was also the word that came into my head, Martin, when you were talking, and John, when you were talking about the art piece. Also the solar panels on the roof, very, very happy to see those. I was curious whether the reason that they don't expand across the entire roof is because of setback requirements or fire requirements. But I think the proffers are wonderful.
Yeah, part of it is not necessarily a requirement, Colette, but we wanted, if it comes to, we push them close to the northern edge of the garage because that's closest to the wetland area, and so there's a little bit of a screen there to see them. Whereas if they go all the way to the edge of the garage, it will create more of that verticality, visual verticality. So
Got
it's
it.
more so it doesn't look so ominous from there. If that makes sense.
Okay. No, that does make sense. Thank you.
Jason, just one minor comment. So John, was there any plan or discussion about putting a kiosk inside the garage, or maybe bus schedules or notices about transportation systems or anything?
I mean, obviously, you know, it may interfere with that location that we had for potential art activation, Martin, but the long story short is I think there's a lot of interest in now when the garage goes into place, what additional bus services might be able to go there. Because right now, my understanding is there is service there, but it's not particularly robust. But having that as a destination with that capacity would increase the potential for robustness. And so I think part of it is having enough real estate under there to accommodate any of those additional improvements that would need to come into play. Like to your point, is there need to be a display, or does there need to be a bus schedule or something to that effect? That would be something we need to accommodate in the office or as part of a next.
Because people will wait in there for buses, so if they don't have a cell phone or an app that tells them where the bus is, they won't know how long to wait.
Martin, it's a great suggestion. I think we're getting too much into operations. It's 2 years away from them even starting this thing, and I think we'll have that opportunity.
Well, I think, Stuart, the idea is, is there a location for that?
They'll find it. They will. They'll find it. They've done garages before, and there'll be spaces and corners they'll be able to put a display or.
Is that true, John?
So we will partner obviously with a professional parking garage management entity, and our partnership with the state and the county on this project and mandating our operations of the project will be to increase programmatic elements of it. Right. So the county and the state say that we are now increasing our bus ridership in this area to now include 4 bus routes, which I think if you're really truly trying to activate a multimodal TOD location is the appropriate next step. Then you would have to follow forward from there with any of the, accoutrements that come with it, whether that be schedules or what have you.
Yeah, you'd have to account for that in the garage so people could view it there. That's all I'm saying. Okay, ask us something.
All right. So the good news is I actually think, Martin, that it's I'm going to take your comment and put it under the proffer for Park Smart certification, because that is an operational efficiency. And so I think that what you're saying is that I'm trying to broaden it up and abstract it. Says that in terms of the proffer for Park Smart Bronze, you would absolutely support that operational efficiency side of the Park Smart. And I'm assuming that means you're in favor of them pursuing as much of Park Smart certification as they can get.
Yeah, yeah, you could say it that way, sure.
Okay. Stuart, your hand was up.
I just want to get it built. I started meetings in 2005. I just want to get it built. And we can't keep on nitpicking. I mean, at some point, you got to understand that we have a small envelope. So I appreciate everybody's comments too on my committee as well, because a lot of really good comments, but some of these things will get weeded out as they go along. So
I don't think we're nitpicking.
No, I didn't say nitpicking. I didn't say that. Did I? Did I use those words? Did I?
No, you did not, Stuart.
Yeah,
I think
I'm not saying that. I really think they're really good comments, but like I said, some of them will work out down the road. They're not quite ready yet, even though they're being presented. So I appreciate the comments.
Okay, Chad.
Yeah, I did have one question, and again, if this is in the wrong place, feel free to cut me off. So are these things funded? And the reason why are there things that are not funded? And the reason why I'm asking is that the federal government has these basically partnership grants that we work through. The county put the fire station up for one coming through. And so I guess I'm just trying to get ahead if any of these things at the garage would certainly meet a lot of our DOD requirements. Need any additional funding? How would we find that out? Whether it's for charging stations or if some of the requirements are put in these plans are not fully funded yet. There is DOD money to do that because of the area that you're in. How would we find that out and move forward on potentially securing funding? Or is everything in the garage already funded?
As far as project funding is concerned, that's still an ongoing discussion with the county and other project partner members. From that perspective, we're at the design development stage. And so project budget is something that gets updated on a regular basis. And then as funding, as costs are identified, then funding sources need to be also identified to complete the sources and uses cycle for the project. So as I mentioned at the beginning, there's a blended approach right now to project funding, and that as we go through the pricing exercises, that will be revisited over time.
The reason why I ask, and it does get to Stuart's point a little bit about this being 2 years out, but when it comes to securing funding, 2 years isn't a ton of time. So at least, on the installations behalf, and I mean, I'm talking millions of dollars of projects that potentially if this group can look ahead and see those type of projects that might need some additional funding, whether, like I said, EV charging, anything that has to do with sustainable that's tied to this, because it is viewed, by the DOD as something for work, that would be very helpful on our end to start that dialogue or push that dialogue forward.
Hey, Chad, can maybe you and John hook each other up and talk about this off this committee meeting, because we got things to go on.
Yep.
Sorry, Jason and Mark, to say this, but we got to move things along, and it's kind of outside of this committee. So, but it's a great idea.
Okay.
Please do catch up.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to suggest, Stuart, is that if John, if you could either send to Mark and he could send to Chad, or you could send to Chad directly the POCs to link the fort up with I guess your guiding board in terms of the requirements and opportunities.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Mark, is that something you can facilitate?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Additional comments from the committee? Okay, so I'd like to open it to the public then. Do we have any public comments specifically with regard to the parking garage presentation? And public comments are the entire span. So the code modifications, town center plan modifications, as well as the bonus proffers. Everything that John talked about is open for public comment. Okay, Jerry, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I had a question that was pertaining to the grass median you're gonna move. I know you said you're gonna move the upper half, but it also has a crosswalk median as well, where, like I brought up earlier, it is used for people to wait halfway through traffic. What would be the impact of that one being lost?
So I think if I hear the question correctly, it has to do with the median.
The grass median that you're going to remove for the left turn lane.
Yes.
On the up portion of it at the corner of where the village at Odenton, there's a crosswalk there.
Yep, we are maintaining the crosswalk in that area. if you, oh, you can see my screen, hopefully the screen here. Does everyone see my plan screen? Very good. You can see that we are, maintaining a crosswalk through that space.
Oh, yes. Thanks for that, then. That's all I had, Jason.
Okay, thanks, Jerry. Any other comments from the public? Okay, then bringing it back to the committee. So in terms of the letter, so we've already covered the case where about code modifications, so that will be included. So then we have to go through the master plan modifications, and the county is asking for a recommendation from the committee regarding the modifications to the master plan. There are 5 modifications listed. So we have and this is in not the same order that John presented. It's the order I copy and pasted out of as I could type and rearrange it. We have removal of 2 specimen trees. We have TCB streetscape standards. We have, which is providing the 11-foot shared use path instead of a dedicated bike lane, 10-foot minimum sidewalk, excluding a car parking lane, and decreasing the roadway width from the center line from 32.5 feet. We have modification for mixed use requirements, which is the request to have transportation multimodal station to count towards retail mixed use because they have a 50% first floor retail requirement. My question about why not just waive the 50% value instead of setting a different precedent was the point there. But the point taken that they don't know if this is actually a modification request or not. It's just for efficiency purposes presenting it that way. That's a county decision. The next one is streetscape landscaping, which is changing the order of installation from what the master plan requires to not have the sidewalk directly against the garage, as well as then have the sidewalk be fully available to the kiss and ride lane such that it's safer for pedestrians. And then the streetscape landscaping, which is to remove the median to make a turn lane. That is what I documented as the modification requests to the master plan. So does the committee have any comments on the modification requests?
Great job, Jason.
This is what they pay me for. I get my $0.
Yeah, I think you covered it pretty well.
All right, so what stance would we like to take? Do you want me to go through each one independently and we can take a stance vote, or do we want to do all 5 together?
If there are no exceptions noted, Jason, just go ahead and take them all together.
All 5.
Okay, so I would like to entertain a motion from the committee then that the committee recommends approval of the plan to include all of the modifications. I will include comments about how we are very impressed with the proffers, but with the note that Colette would like seating to the bus stop. And I won't say your name, Colette, but I'll say the committee would like that the proffer for a covered bus stop needs to include seating for individuals who are riding the bus, as well as I will include a comment about the committee liked the fact that art positions were being included, and we would encourage an open process for all parts of the community to be able to contribute to include Fort Meade. As well, we also would like to ensure that the Park Smart certification includes the wayfinding system requirement to ensure that anyone who comes to the parking garage is able to know how it connects to the broader transportation system for the state and the general area. So that's what I have recorded from all the comments everyone had, as well as my own very fast research into Park Smart that would qualify for what Martin had said. Anything anybody would like to change or add?
One wordsmith thing. You said park covered seating, I think, and I'd rather have it saying undercover.
So that instead of having a covered bus stop, an undercover bus stop?
Well, it's the bus stop. I thought we were talking about the seating. Never mind. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. My mistake.
Nope. I was talking very fast, so I might have said it wrong.
No.
All right. So that would be the request for a motion to include all of that information.
So moved.
Okay, Martin, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Stuart. You said it first. All right. Any other comments or items that anybody would like to get into the letter? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, then all in favor of the letter, including all of that information that I said, I don't want to repeat it. Say aye or raise your hand. Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So I will be drafting a letter containing all of that. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, John. All right. Next on our agenda, we have the Academy Yard presentation. So
thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
All right. So we'll turn it over to who do we have? Mark?
We have Marilee Torelli and George Karras.
Okay, so Marilee and George, we'll turn over to you.
Hi, this is Marilee. I'm here.
Hi, it's George Karras. I'm here also. And we also have a couple of architects from MV&A who will be joining a little bit later in the presentation. So I'm going to start off and just give a little bit of, I'm George Karras from Stonebridge Karras. We've been involved in this project for quite a while, back to 06, 05. So we've been involved for about 18 years. I want to provide some background and also to the new members of the committee, and also to provide a little bit of context. So the site originally was 100 years ago a car barn and maintenance facility for the WB&A Railroad at the Naval Academy Junction Station. Then it evolved into about 1 million square foot industrial facility. And originally National Plastic Products, which was run by the Weiner family, Jay Weiner, as some of you probably know, and Stewart's Jay's brother-in-law, and also most recently the Nevermore plant, which is what it's primarily known as today. We have a lot of pretty significant challenges with this site. I don't know if you all are familiar with it or have driven by, but when we bought it, it had like I said, 1 million square feet of pretty rough, dilapidated, heavy, very heavy industrial manufacturing facilities, and some with multiple stories. It's kind of a pretty crazy project to take on. Also a brownfield site fronting a very busy road and adjacent to a BGE substation that when we acquired the site, that substation was supposed to be relocated to the east and not adjacent to our site. And that never happened as a result of the Exelon BG&E transaction where they merged. And then there's transmission line towers, underground utilities, topo issues, and more fun things for us to deal with. We've demoed all the buildings other than the slabs as part of kind of the initial part of our site cleanup. And Marilee, can you pull up that existing conditions aerial so people can kind of see what we're dealing with here?
Can you see it?
No. Oh, there it is. All right. So what you're seeing on the right, Flats 170, is the initial stage of development that we completed. I think we started it in 2012 and completed it in 14, 15, 369 Class A apartments. That was very well received by the community. The balance is where you see the concrete slabs, that's the remnants of the demo. Across the street are the original parking lots for the manufacturing plants, and there were two signalized crossings there leading from the plant to the parking lots. And then you can see the substation. And why don't you point out the steel lattice towers and the transmission lines, Marilee? So relative to the brownfields aspect of the site, we've been dealing with working closely actually with MDE on the balance of the site, what we haven't developed yet since 2006. incurred a lot of effort, significant costs. We've probably spent over $1 million on evaluation, testing, plan development, plan approvals, plan closures. And we've done a lot of large environmental cleanup projects. And this is the most we've ever, by far the most we've ever spent up front on anything like this we've dealt with. And it's been just very complicated. We've processed and closed out two plans, what they're called RAPs, or response action plans, with MDs under their voluntary cleanup program. And the next phase of development will have MDE oversight related to updated plans for, specifically tailored to the redevelopment. And we're in the process of working through those plans right now. We're in sort of the final stages of that with MDE. We just actually had a meeting with them last week. In terms of the site itself, the site is in the core area, but it's not on the urban grid area that was envisioned for the west side of the Amtrak tracks near the MARC station. Marilee's going to review some flexibility language in the master plan that was added in 2009 and also retained in 2016 that was put there to address some of the obvious challenges with this site, specifically relative to the core requirements that really could not feasibly be met at this location, and the need for that flexibility language to encourage the redevelopment of properties like that within the core. That was a pretty important component of our decision to go forward with this property when we took it on, knowing that we could be in the core but not be subject to requirements that aren't really applicable given how different this is than the primary area of the core. The most recent development is the interest from a desirable grocery store anchor that we think will allow us to finally move forward with an appropriately sized retail component. We're under a non-disclosure agreement, so we can't mention exactly who it is, but it is. I think it's a grocer that we're excited about, and I think the community will be excited about. And I think that is the anchor tenant that we have been looking for over a decade. And I think it's the perfectly sized for what we're trying to do. The plan that you'll see today deals with the total redevelopment of the remainder of the site, as opposed to just the residential phase that we discussed with the committee in January of 2022. The tenant has approved the site as well as the plan that you'll see tonight. And we think it's the best plan that we've had yet for this site. And I think we've presented plans, at least 3 or 4 plans, to the advisory committee. And generally they've all been well received, but we're very excited about this plan. We think it addresses the challenges of the substation, the retail anchor requirements, certain environmental considerations we need to deal with, and what is a huge issue right now, and that's the significant cost and financing challenges for a large and complicated project like this. This project will be, upwards of $100 to $125 million project, and the financing markets are difficult, and costs have surprisingly exploded. We're expecting costs to moderate after COVID, but they've continued going up, and with interest rates and everything, it's a very challenging environment to finance a project like this. With that, I'll turn it over to Marilee to go through the actual site plan and additional info.
Okay, I would just like to expand on some of the information that George talked about before going to the actual site plan. Just in everybody, this is Route 170. This is Mount Vernon. That Pine Avenue is actually this small section next to the restaurant. Crossroads Business Park is on the east side, and that was Flats 170. Overall, just some information. The entire what we call Academy Yard project, which includes Flats 170, is 55.8 acres. Flats 170 was 18.5 acres. So the remaining property that we're dealing with, which is approximately all this plus the land on the west side, is 37.37 acres. As George mentioned, we're zoned OCOR, the core. We're in a priority funding area, and we're also in a targeted growth area. In developing, as the team developed the master plan that we're going to show you, we were utilizing the master plan flexibility language, which included a number of items. One being if you're in redevelopment and you're less than 5% FAR increase, that you're not required to comply to the master plan. Also in the master plan is redevelopment of formal industrial sites, which provided a lot of design flexibility, which we'll go into further as we explain the site plan. And then also in the master plan, it allows planning and zoning to consider allowing different mix of uses, which we'll also go into, and then also allow them to approve mods for road classifications and streetscapes, which we'll go into, and then we'll go over the modifications. We have a site plan. This is a site plan that we provided. I think what I'll do though, because it's easier, we also provided a rendering, and I think it's a little easier to see the site. So I'm going to use rendering instead of the black and white to explain this. Our concept in general, was to incorporate the mix of uses, retail being in this location, the small grocer, retail strip, and then this is a car wash / fast food type restaurant, residential on the north to side from Route 170 to the back of the property, 3 large buildings of multifamily adjacent to the Flats 170 property. On the west side, we're proposing as transition 37 townhouses. They are alley townhouses, so it's hard to see on this plan, but they actually front 170 in this location. They front Mount Vernon in that location. Both of these units front what we're calling P4, which is the planned road that we would be providing to tie to Pine Street. This is Pine Street up in here. And then these units face each other, providing green areas that tie into the sidewalk system. The overall for everything that I'm going to tell you now is mostly for phase 2. So for phase 2, just in general, activity space, we're required 45,000 square feet. We have various activity spaces throughout the site. We have a swimming pool in this location. We have activity space with seating and landscaping that's going to go in this location. We have a large plaza in the retail area that will also have landscaping and seating. Over on the townhouse side, we actually have a large green area in here, and then a partly bermed, but also green area, public activity space tying into the Route 170 corridor. With regard to, I'm sorry, I also forgot, we also have a public activity space along the proposed trail, which I'll go into more detail in a few moments. It's like a seating area, a bicycle stop. It'll have, bike racks and that for people to rest. Also, with regard to green area, the requirement is 10%, and that's 3.74 acres of the phase 2 property. We are providing actually 15.57 acres, which is over 40% of the site. And unfortunately, to try to get this as big as we could, a lot of the site that's in green area is actually off the page. It's the bottom here. It's a combination of floodplain stream, some stream buffers, an existing stormwater management facility, and forest. Also, as part of the mix of uses, we are providing 298 multifamily units. which this building up here has 89 units, 117, which we call building B, and 92 in building C. And I just want to make a note. I noticed that the site data total, where it has the totals for each building, is not correct, but the mix of units underneath is correct. I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that. Grocery store is 23,256 square feet. This general retail, which could potentially be a restaurant, we also have a seating area in this location, is 16,744 square feet. This car wash or restaurant, fast food restaurants, anywhere from 2,500 to 4,500 square feet. The total townhouses, they are 16-foot. We have a grouping of 16-foot alley townhouses here, and then the rest are 20-foot. So they have a mix of driveways. Most of the 20-foot, except for these, have 2 cars in the unit and 2 tandem parking spaces outside the unit. There's also additional parking over here for these units that only have the 2 cars in the garage. We also have on-street parking, and I will go into a little bit more on the road sections in a few minutes. The total FAR allowed for this site is 2.0, which is over 4 million square feet. The total with flats 170 and all of phase 2 that's being proposed tonight is 895,277 square feet, which is a FAR of 0.37. Part of our request with this submittal is a change in the mix of uses. Residential is in the master plan 0 to 85%, and retail is 15 to 80%. Our proposal is to have residential at 95.25% and retail at 4.75%. As part of that, we also had 2 requests to, and I think it might have been a little confusing, single use and timetable were in our request letters. The single use was at the time we were going to phase this out. We have since changed our minds and are actually submitting a preliminary plan for the entire remainder of phase 2. So the plan will be processed as one plan. But we will probably have multiple grading permits for a lot of reasons, just to be able to build, the residential under a grading permit. That might take longer to build than the retail, and it helps with, construction and bonding and those types of things. So when it comes to the single use, most likely we'll build the residential as one grading permit. Retail is another. We might even build this as a separate. Townhouse will probably be a separate. So that was really what we were meaning by the single use and then having a timetable. I know the timetable is really usually meant for phasing, but since we are doing this all as one phase, I don't think that's relevant anymore. It's just that we're going to have one plan approved and then multiple grading permits. The parking for this project, there's total required is 721 parking spaces. The multifamily residential requires 431, and we have 455 parking spaces. So there are a few extra. It's a range of surface parking and some garages. That's these smaller units that you see here throughout. And those were placed as part of screening. As George had said earlier, we tried to turn things so that they weren't looking into this substation and provide larger buffers to screen that substation. So with regard to the residential, this building actually is oriented this way, so none of the units really are facing the substation. The retail is actually providing a buffer between these 2 residential buildings and the substation. We have the garages that also buffer the substation, plus behind them we have large areas ranging from 40 to 80 feet wide that'll have berms and landscaping, to provide a nice buffer so that this residential isn't, it's going to be hard to screen the whole thing, but we'll screen it the best that we can from the units. The townhouse residential requires 93 parking spaces. We're providing 82 garages. And then we have plus and garages / tandem driveways. And then we also are showing 92, sorry, not 92, 9 on-street parking spaces along Mount Vernon. Similar to what they did with the townhouse development that is built over in this location behind the restaurant. They're front-loaded garages with 2 cars, and then they also have some on-street parking that we maintained in this location. This drive-through / car wash has actually 23 parking spaces shown. Only 9 are required for the drive-through, but Anne Arundel County's parking code is a little bit low when it comes to drive-through restaurants. So 23 is more appropriate for what would eventually go in this location. And then we also have a small parking lot of 20 parking spaces that can be used for the community and reserved for some extra parking for the townhouse uses. So one of the things that we have in our list is the location of the parking to roadways. Route 170 is considered an OTC arterial. The setback from it is 0 to 45 feet. Our buildings are all over the place. This site is large. It's not your typical urban street where you're gonna have buildings next to the road. This is more or less, I call it like a highway almost. It's an arterial, but it's many lanes. What you see here where we have 2 lanes going each way, turn lanes, this was all designed based on a traffic engineer's recommendations of what would be needed for the project. So we have to provide the parking for the retail and the grocer is very important to have that in front. The grocers don't want parking behind their buildings. So in an attempt to make that more pleasing from the road, we are showing, and it's a little hard to see on here, I'll blow it up a little bit. We're showing a small wall. We'll also have landscaping. And then in a few minutes, I'm going to talk about the whole sidewalk trail system and the road sections. And then along the residential side where we do have they don't show up here, but there are poles, they show on the site plan that there are transmission line poles that run all along Route 170 on this side of the road. And there is a pole in this location. So as we've pulled the residential building away from that and providing this seating area, screening the garages, and also another wall along this location so that the parking isn't seen from Route 170. And also this section of the site sits up so that wall plus the height will really provide a lot of screening of the parking in that location. Also, another reason why, besides the grocer needing the parking, we do have hazardous materials that we need to avoid. And actually, there was a manufacturing building right in this location, and this is one of the bigger areas that we're trying to avoid putting buildings in due to hazardous material locations and needing to, cap them.
Capping them in the parking lot in that area. So
Right.
it's not sitting under retail buildings.
Right.
And all this is under strict oversight from MDE.
Correct. I don't know if you want me to go into all the setbacks, but they range. Building A is 81 feet from the right of way. Building B is 384 feet. I mean, our site is over 1,500 feet, 1,800 feet deep. So it's hard to meet that 45-foot setback along Route 170. On the other side of the road, we're required along Mount Vernon 0 to 20 foot, and these buildings are actually meeting that. They're 10 feet from the right of way. And then along planned road P4, which is Pine Street Extension. It is also a 0 to 20 foot requirement. Now, part of the road configuration was determined in working with the county. It is a curved road. The reason is to try to give us a larger retail pad area. And then we wanted to line up with the existing Pine Street. So we do have some curves in the road, which some of these buildings are within the 20 feet, but then this building back down here is 35 feet. So one of our requests is to allow up to 35 feet along Pine Street. And, you know, we have some flexibility in pushing those buildings up a little bit more as we go and define these townhouse units as we get into like site development plan process.
That townhouse project really fronts on 3 roads, so it's impossible to get that.
Yeah, and one of the big things that we wanted to say, we feel like these townhouses are really, I think, the right transition use in this location, and unfortunately it's cut off, but these are all single family detached homes located on the west side of Mount Vernon Road. And so we feel like this transition of townhouses, rather than we originally were talking about putting retail over here, and to orient them to Route 170, the backs of them would be to the to Mount Vernon and also to the backs of these neighborhoods. So we try to design this townhouse section to you know, be a better transition to these single families. We're going to be widening the road, so there'll be you know, definitely on-street parking. They'll be seeing sides of units. They won't see parking lots, but we'll also have structures along Route 170. So we do feel like that's a good transition, especially since there's already townhouses in this location. So it transitions over to those townhouses.
Marley, a quick question.
Yes.
What's the square foot of those townhomes on average?
They range from like 13 to 1950.
Yeah, it kind of depends on whether some of these we might go up an extra floor and put some kind of a terrace up. Some of them are designed where they can be 3 level with 2 cars and be a you know, 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor and a small bedroom on the lower. It's a lot size and the size of these units. We have a lot of flexibility to do different, you know, different types of product at different sizes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and
you got some 16-foot wides on the south side, and then the rest are 20.
Right, these are 16s.
Okay.
And the whole idea was to tie everything together, the west side of 170 and the east side and flats 170. We have sidewalks, you know, from all the units tying to the sidewalks along 170. We are having crosswalks, and this we anticipate this to be a signal. We don't have to show the signal on there, but this would be a signalized intersection for everybody to utilize. Right now, you know, if you've driven on that road, people are flying. So it's really a necessity to have that signal.
Yeah, and there used to be 2 crossings there when we bought the site, and it wasn't a problem. They took the crossings out, and you take your life in your own hands crossing that street right now. It's kind of crazy how fast people are going.
Yeah.
And the residential part of the interest in the grocery store was the residential, and they especially were enthusiastic about not having that empty parking lot across the street or having, you know, just some pad retail over there. They really like the idea of having high quality townhouses across the street.
And as I'm just talking about this, we're in the process of working through the preliminary plans. So we do have looked at the modification requests. We had submitted a modification request list that had 5 modifications on it. We do want to add 1 more to it. So one of the modifications was stream buffer impacts. That right now, the way it is, you can see it. Let me blow this up. So right now there's this SB line. Can you all see that? Let me go up. Right here, there's like a SB line. that's the existing stream buffer that was already impacted by the, already impacted by the original manufacturing plant. Our goal is to, for the majority of it, there's actually existing pavement all the way to this tree line in these areas, is to remove the pavement, and we will actually replant these buffers that you see here. So that will be part of our, our remediation of those areas. But as part of the stream buffer, we do have to go, and I don't think let me see if it shows on the overall. Okay, yeah. So the sewer line to the site, it runs through and along the stream down in this location on the east side of the project. So we do have to extend the sewer up through the stream buffer. So our stream buffer modification is to extend that sewer connection.
Mention why we have to do a new sewer.
Oh yeah, so we actually have a sewer connection that comes right to this point right here. The sewer line ran down and tied to the original sewer line that ran around and along the stream. The county did a big sewer project, and they did that pipe bursting where they put in a whole new pipe and ran a new line, a larger line, and it comes down and it goes up in this location. But when they did it, they didn't reconnect our sewer line. So the sewer line that we have that we would have connected to and stayed out of the buffer up in this location that ran down here never was connected. So they put a
And we didn't know that until a couple of years ago. That they didn't.
Yeah. So they put there's a manhole down here that unfortunately we do have to impact floodplain and stream buffer to get to it, unfortunately. So that's our stream buffer. And then we also have a the grading and the replanting, even though that's a positive, it's still an impact to the stream buffer. And then up in this location, most of this property is a floodplain. There's a floodplain that runs right up along here, crosses under 170 and runs through here. But as part of our improvements, developing the west side and developing, improving Route 170, we'll be picking up stormwater management and storm drain and running a storm drain pipe over to this location right here. And we will use this for our outfall. And as part of that, we will have a minor stream buffer impact. Our stream buffer impacts total are no more than, a half an acre. But a lot of that is, I think 18,000 square feet of it is redoing the buffer that I showed you earlier. Another modification that we'll have is the floodplain impact, and that is also for that sewer line. And then also this outfall up in this location. And that is 2,500 square feet. It's a very minor impact. We will also have a wetland buffer impact and a wetland impact up here for this storm drain outfall. And that is also only it's a wetland buffer, sorry, not a wetland. That's only a little over 600 square feet. And then the way the forest conservation regulations were written, any clearing on any site, you have to ask for a modification to clear now. That's a change from the way it was before for forest conservation. So, we're outside the critical area. We're not, any sensitive areas, but we do have some minor clearing over in this location. It's fairly scrubby. So one of our modifications is to clear not quite a little over an acre. But all in all, we're going to exceed our break-even point for the forest that we're saving on the site and not have a mitigation requirement. The fifth modification that we had on our list was public road design manual criteria. What that is for, and I'm going to go back to the, I'm going to go back to this plan. This for the road P4. Because we have these curves, that's not standard design manual. So we will have a reverse curve. So part of our modification will be just to allow us to do a reverse curve to get this road to align with the existing Pine Street and the rest of the project. The modification that wasn't on the list, which we thought, I think we misunderstood, that the road classification and streetscape requirements, which I will go into more detail on what we're asking for. We thought it was just part of the bonus program, but then the more we read the manual, we realized that we actually have to also ask for physical modifications to these changes. So we are adding that as one of our modifications. So we have 6 modifications. So I'm going to do the trail and the walk system first, and then I'll go into the more detail on the road sections. Utilizing this plan, originally when we came, we were showing a hiker biker trail coming and going to the south. Well, we ran into problems with state highway and being able to do the crossing that we wanted to do down in that location. So we have decided that we are
And we went at them like 2 or 3 times with 2 or 3 different studies.
Months and months of time, yeah, trying to get that resolved. So what we are planning on is providing a 10-foot bike trail. As you can see, it's up on our site. We would eventually put it in a common use access easement, and who knows, maybe even Rec and Parks would take it over, because ultimately this would be part of their trail system that takes you up to BWI and down to the one in, the WB&A trail. So the reason it's up here, I know you're probably going, we're crazy. But what you can't see is on this plan, you might be able to see it on this one. Oh yeah, you can see it on this one. Let me show you. There are transmission poles. There's large transmission poles. Here's one right here that run up this entire road. There's the big, I call them the little towers, like from Paris, that cross over in this location. And then what you can see all these UGs and those are all underground utilities that run along the east side of the road within that first 20-25 feet. There's also a water line in the road. So our road improvements are holding the existing curb that's out there today, which is right where my cursor is. And all of our road improvements are going to the west because of all these utilities, because we just don't, want to mess with them. And so we're maintaining that actual sidewalk that's there today. So that's the existing sidewalk. I think it might look a little strange, but we have the trail, hiker biker trail up, and we do have a couple underground that we'll be able to realign, or the ones with the question marks we don't think are being utilized anymore. So we'll have the 10-foot trail that goes up on, and it's also flatter up in that location.
Yeah, and it's elevated, you're off the street.
Yeah, and you're up off the street. It avoids, all the towers and everything else. And then we do have to have a switchback because of some of the grades in this location. We'll have a crossing, and then this is where flats 170 is today. And I know you can't really see it, but when you look up that hill, there's actually a flat area at the top. So we would follow that flat area along the top of all that planting, come down and cross, and then a few feet off, I think it's 4 or 5 feet off, this is fairly flat. We would provide this trail all the way up to Crossroads. And why this makes sense, and I have another plan that I want to show you. This was something we put together a while ago that shows sort of the county's master plans for trails, purple being what's in today. So the actual WBA trail comes up to where the church's driveway is over here. And then I know they use the on-street to get to the Mark Station. But you have 2 different things. You have the OTC master plan, which is the green. These are the sort of the proposed, alternative routes to get to. Ultimately, the goal is to get up to the BWI trail. And then you also have the county's trail master plan, which is this orange color. So the county originally had plans to bring the trail, from here all the way up, cross, and this is a crossing we can't get state highway to work with us on, but come up and then go through the BG property, cross through Crossroads, eventually go through and under the culvert that goes under 32 and get over to this Odenton Trail and WB&A Road. The WB&A Road takes you all the way north to the WI trail at the light. So ultimately, that's like the last segment that's not in. So what we're trying to do is provide, you know, all along our frontage and then extend that trail up this far so they can either, you know, ride their bikes this way and go into WNA trail, or eventually maybe the county will get this trail in place.
And get it up to a signal with a
And there
signal
is
up
a
by the
signal.
police station, so you can go north or you can
Yeah.
go west also.
Yeah, and you can see that right in here. And then as part of the trail system, obviously the part on our frontage, but the rest of the trail system is a proffer. It's one of our transportation proffers. And then as two other transportation proffers that George has been working on is deactivating, well, he already deactivated the rail, but removing the rail lines that cross Piney Orchard Parkway. And I think you said that's going to be completed in November, correct, George?
Yeah, we've been working on the county wanted us to deactivate. We did that years ago when right around the time of the 2016 master plan, so that ultimately Amtrak yanked the switch off so there can never be rail there again. So that's been shut off. And then we've been working with the county on helping them figure out that the Norfolk Southern spur that goes all the way to the MARC station in terms of who owns it, what's the title like, and making contact with Norfolk Southern, and they seem to be open to talking about a potential sale. We commissioned an appraisal for it, and I'm just waiting for working with Julie Hummer, and she's trying to connect with Rec and Parks. I know she's talking to them about trying to take advantage of that, but I think there's an opening for the county to buy that other spur. But there was also a crossing over Piney Orchard that was really, and we didn't build the rail. We had an easement right to use it. No one was using it, and we cut off we terminated our spur agreement. So right now, no one can ever use that again. So now we're working with DPW on an arrangement I had with the head of DPW, Chris Phipps, from 5 years ago, that ultimately we'd help them pull up the track and the rail and get it all decommissioned. And then when they do a paving section, we'd work together, and that's happening. I think that'll be gone in the next 2 to 3 weeks, actually, is what the current schedule is, which is a pretty big project.
Wow.
And one of our other transportation proffers is we will be having excess bike parking throughout the development in conjunction with this seating, hiker-biker seating area. I'm going to go into the mods for the roads, not the modifications, the changes to the typical road sections that we're requesting. So as I was saying, on Route 170, the road will need several lanes, some turn lanes, that type of thing. We're going to hold the existing curb. We're going to go to the west. As part of that, there is a distribution line, which you can see these holes in this location that will end up being in the middle of the road that will be relocated. These are the relocated poles that you're seeing in dark. So what we had worked with State Highway on was holding this sidewalk, providing this trail, providing a bike lane only on the west side of the road, and they were amenable to that. And then also providing the 5-foot sidewalk. And with all that, we only need the 94-foot right of way. The county master plan requires 100-foot right of way, which you can see is this right here is 100 feet. And we don't need it. We only need 94 to fit this section. So we're asking for a reduction from 100 foot to 94 feet. There's just a generic 72-foot wide roadway in the master plan, but obviously we're all over the place with the dimensions. It's all based on the need for lanes, and we have up to 44-foot lanes and then 11-foot center lanes, 44-foot total of for 4 lanes and 11-foot turn lanes. And then as we go to the north, we don't own this property, and this is a huge environmental area with the stream buffers, the wetland buffers, the
Yeah, there's a very steep drop off right there.
and right, you can see the grades here. So these improvements were done with flats 170. So as we go, we're tying into the flats 170. So the roadway actually narrows at that location to prevent more environmental impacts. So with that, it's kind of an odd request. We're asking to reduce the right of way from 100 to 92, not be subject to a 72-foot roadway. It should be based on a traffic study. And then we have a 5-foot sidewalk on the west side. We're providing the 10-foot trail, but outside the right of way. And so those are our, requests for that section. The planned P4 Pine Street extension, it is a 50-foot right-of-way requirement, which we are providing. It's a 28-foot roadway requirement, which we are providing. What we're asking for is, this is an OTC grid street, Pine Street is P4, but this development did not develop it as a grid street, which means that instead of what we're showing, a 5-foot sidewalk with a 6-foot planting strip, what the master plan requires is a 10-foot sidewalk with they call them street sidewalk trees, which are more or less a tree with a tree grate. So we're asking to not do that. We're asking so that we tie in and are consistent with the Academy Road development here, where they only did the sidewalk and the green strip for their street trees. So that's the only requirement that we're asking for a modification to, is to change this from a 10-foot sidewalk with sidewalk trees to a 6-foot wide planting strip and a 5-foot sidewalk. And as a landscape architect, I can tell you the trees and tree grates, they don't live, they don't grow. They have a lot of problems. I think we'll have a better street frontage with the trees in this 6-foot strip. The other modification that we're asking for is to Mount Vernon, and this one's a little trickier, and I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to show you, but we're only required to do half section. The current right of way from here to here is 50 feet. The OTC master plan calls for a 54-foot right of way. We're asking to stay at 50 feet. We don't need the 54 feet. This side of our site is narrow enough as it is. It's extremely hard to develop because of how narrow it is. So what we like to do, and what is not shown on this plan, because we didn't realize it when we submitted this, the county went in and put a water line, and that's this line with the W. You can see it right here. And so when we hold half section, this is the center line of the right of way, and we do our 14-foot pavement because the total roadway is supposed to be 28, that puts the curb right on top of this water line, which is not a good thing. We don't want to have a curb on top of the water line. So what's in our request but doesn't show very well on here, and we can give you an exhibit that shows it correctly, is getting rid of this strip and moving the sidewalk 5 feet. So we'd actually be providing probably like 18, 19 foot of pavement to get that curb off of the water line. And then we are providing 10 feet of green here so that we can plant along this roadway. So I don't know, hopefully that makes sense. It's kind of trying to work with all the utilities and the poles, and we do have poles. This one's a distribution line. The other one is a transmission line. This one's just a normal, service line providing electric to all the houses. So we do have one pole that we have to relocate on this side right here. It's where Pine Street is, so we have to relocate that. Did you have any questions on those road sections? I know that was a little complicated.
No, that was a good explanation. That was good.
Okay. All right. And that was our mod number 6, is that we have to actually physically ask for that as a modification to the county. I'm going to go back to the, this one. Signage. So we are providing, and the architects, when they go over through their packet, they actually have some pictures of the signage, but we're providing main signage along one at the retail, and I actually think it shows better on here. We have a sign, monument sign in this location, one in this location, and one in this location. In talking to planning and zoning through the preliminary plan process, they are going to allow us to do a sign program because we are mixed use. That's a fairly typical thing when you're mixed use. You do an overall sign program. So the program would show how much, the sizes, the heights, what the character of the signs should be. It'll include all kinds of signs, wayfinding, monument, signage on the buildings. It'll have a whole program for it. So we plan to do that program as part of our processing with Anne Arundel County. And it is key because we want to make sure that our program meets, the standards for our anchor tenant, which is this grocery store.
That's the key, because they're very focused on their signage.
Yeah. And then landscaping, we do have a landscape plan. So because we're in Odenton Town Center, a lot of the standard buffers don't apply. We do have an issue being adjacent to the BGE substation. They have a fence that runs all along our property line. And they also have a requirement that we can't plant next to their fence. And the reason is, somebody could climb a tree and come over the fence. So in lieu of that, we did all the buffers and the extra planting away from the fence. And this is the back of the retail. So nobody, we even have a wall.
That's it. That's the loading. So we don't have trucks coming through the main entrance. They come over on the side behind the retail, between the retail and the substation.
Yeah, so nobody will see that. And then we have a wall in this location where we have this plaza, so that'll be screened also. So it's not landscaping screening, but we're doing it with building and hardscape. Everywhere else we're going to provide residential, and we have a whole list, and it's on our plan, but we have a whole list of requirements. We have to do what they call residential parking lot screening. So those are the trees that you see all through the parking lots. Some of these might have to move a few with regard to some of the hazardous areas. We might have to work, with that. We also have just a regular parking lot screening. Street trees, they're not going to be your standard in the right of way, but we would be providing smaller street trees. That's why they're a smaller circle, because of the lines that are right above them. We don't want to put these large shade trees in and, then they start hacking them and they look like, something from Dr. Seuss. So,
and BGD's easement won't permit it.
Yeah. And so those are small trees on both sides because of the lines, but we would have some kind of street tree. Then there's also a residential requirement. We're supposed to have 1 shade tree per 3 dwelling units for multifamily. So those are the other trees that you're seeing throughout the site. And actually the number of trees on here proposed are way more. We have a lot of supplemental trees. So if you've ever been out to Flats 170, I mean, we plant the sites fairly heavily. We don't just go by the standard county requirement. There's a foundation planting requirement. And then the townhouses, there's a 1 shade tree per townhouse requirement that we would be planting. So those, that would, meet and exceed the requirements. We did put a list of potential plant types on there. And then we also, we're going to provide as one of our proffers, more than 50% natives. We'll probably be at 75, maybe even 80. We will have, and it doesn't show very well, but we have stormwater management. If you look at on the plan, you'll see the little SWMs. Those are intended to be either microbio. Some cases we might have bioswales. but we will plant those with a lot. What we're finding that work a lot in these things because of the change in rainfall all the time is a lot of the grasses. So we would use, you know, the native grasses, like the switchgrass and little blue tussock sedge in those locations. So in conjunction with that list, we would have, you know, probably beech and some sweet magnolia, service berries, spice bush. You know, in the facilities, we'll probably plant some bayberry. We'll have Virginia sweet spire. So we're going to try to be as native as we can with the landscaping for this project.
So Marilee, should we show the renderings now and then switch back to the bonus, the flexibility language in the bonus? Or how do you want to do this? Because we don't want to, we're going to run out of time soon if we haven't already.
Well, I would say, can we just hold here real quick and see if the committee has any questions on anything you've presented so far?
When can you start?
Yeah, when can you start?
I mean, really, I mean, this, you've been to us so many times, and Marilee, really good presentation.
Thank you.
Really. And you know, forget about the Odenton Town Center plan, okay? Because the great poet Keith Richards once said, you can't always get what you want. Okay. But if this was outside the Odenton Town Center plan, and we'll go over all that stuff, I'm not saying go away from that, and you saw this project, it would be just a beautiful project. And based on what's been sitting there for the past 20 years, we need to get this thing going while they have a grocery store, while it's barely financeable, barely. So everybody's got to really be cognizant of that situation as well. So I really appreciate the presentation, the plan, and all you've done with the trail system. Tried to be cognizant of the areas in the wetlands area and all that. I'm sure that's under MDE supervision. So
Right.
We don't really need to worry about that, but it looks like a great plan. I appreciate it.
I would second the comments that Stuart just made. This project from the beginning has paid a lot of attention to the area, to the trail system, to the use of trees, and sensitivity to the the neighborhood and the environment. So I think what you went through now really gives us a lot more detail about your thinking, about some of the constraints you're facing with this project. And one thing I think that is really valuable here is that you're reclaiming a brownfield. You're not mowing down an urban forest. You're actually using this brownfield and making it better. So a lot of good things about this project.
I love you, Martin.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask one question? Will you have, this is for Martin, he missed this. Will there be EV charging stations?
We will have EV charging stations.
Okay, any other comments from the committee so far?
Yes. Go ahead, Sandy. I'll be after you. Go ahead.
What can you tell me about the water tower?
We're going to take the water tower down because we don't think it's structurally sound. In order to preserve it, it's probably, we had looked at doing that a while back. I don't even know if we can preserve it now, if you've driven by it recently. And just to remediate it, I mean, the big issues, the lead paint, and then the structural issues and making sure the integrity, it's probably a $500,000 cost to do that. And it's just not worth doing. Plus the location of the water tower wouldn't work relative to having the loading backloaded behind the retail. And that is a huge important point to us, so we don't have delivery trucks coming in the main entrance. And also, I mean, what was the big challenge for us is coming up with a plan where we could do the retail, attract this particular tenant, but also do the residential in a way where you're pulled away and you minimize the impact of the substation, because that's one of the biggest issues what we've dealt with. Yeah. And we've had retailers come here, I mean, we had Safeway and Harris Teeter come over to the site, prior to the Giant coming in. And, you bring a retailer over here and stand them in front of that substation and they sort of look around like, why do I want to be here? So I think we've oriented the shopping center where we've gotten, I think, a really good retailer comfortable with it. And we've gotten really comfortable with the residential. But it's, it took a lot of time and effort and thought to come up with the plan. But the water tower is not something we really want to preserve. I think the cost is too high and the structural integrity is really a big question mark because that thing is so old right now.
I think, George, we covered that, I think, in a previous meeting as well. We discussed it. And,
Okay.
I
have a
also
question.
meant to tell you that the trail length that you see here is a half a mile.
half a mile? Okay.
I have a question for you. Although I just started on the advisory committee just recently in the last couple of months, and it's a lot that, I'm taking in at this point. My question is, you're putting in a lot of residential homes and things. How will that impact, or have y'all been working closely with the school district?
Well, the core area of the plan is exempt from the school testing right now. But to really answer your question, the percentages on a project like this, the apartments are relatively small. I don't think we have any 3-bedroom units in the apartments, and they're closer to 925 square feet. Probably over half the units are 1-bedroom units. So I don't think there'll be a big school impact from the apartments. And in terms of the townhouses, there's 30, 35.
37.
This will be somewhere between 30 to 40 townhouses, depending on where we end up with the 16s and the 20s. Right now, it shows 30, 38, 37 or 38? 37. And some of these townhouses are going to be 2-bedroom townhouses with an office on the first floor. Some will be larger, but I think there's a housing shortage developing in Anne Arundel County. And if you're going to do housing, I think this is a redevelopment site that's, probably about a half mile or a little less than a half mile to the MARC station in the town center. And we've got a lot of employment over in Fort Meade. I mean, we went through COVID in the first phase, and it was shocking how well it held up because of the employment situation, pretty stable jobs over there. And I don't think we dipped under 94%. Where in some areas of further up in Baltimore County and Baltimore City and some other counties and in the district also, I mean, you had huge vacancy issues and rent collection issues. We didn't see much of that here. So it's a pretty tight housing market right now. So I think, but in terms of your question, I don't think the apartments are a huge load on the school system, and there's not a lot of townhouses.
Okay.
Hey, Brenda, the market, the only school that's closed right now, or anything that's closed, is due to the elementary school. The new Odenton Elementary School will be open, or West County Elementary,
right,
in 2024, and that opens up everything, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
For
a person who also, for a person who also works with the real estate and knowing how new housing do impact schooling, that's a big issue for me. So yeah.
You know what impacts new housing more is when you have an area, an older house that's sold, that's an empty nester, and they sell to a family with 4 kids, and those kids immediately can get into that school. But yet a new house built right next to it and a development can't, or you can't build that house. So there's a little bit of an inequity there, but I hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
you.
Can we flip through the renderings just so you can see the architecture and the quality? And that, I mean, Jim, and
that's what I wanted to go into next. Is one of our proffers is the architecture and the parent 2-story.
And we did get
is Neville on?
Neville, are you still on? or Jim?
If
Mark,
not,
do you see
I
Jim
can run through.
Yeah, I see Neville.
Neville
I've allowed
Jim
Kevin to come on
Volsky
before.
or Neville?
And who else are you looking for?
James Volke,
No.
Boelzke, and Neville Fernandez. They're with.
Can you hear me?
Oh
There
yeah,
you
there's Neville.
Jim and Neville are with MV&A. They're a DC-based architectural firm, great reputation, and we brought them into our team because they have both a strong capability in retail plus a very strong capability in residential, sort of combined, and that's somewhat unusual. Right. So why don't you take it from there, Neville?
Thank you. I'm also a Baltimore resident. I take the train to DC, and I'm very familiar with the Odenton MARC station, where I sometimes do take the train from. So I know this area pretty well. So let's go to the next page. And before I describe a little bit of the architecture, I want to talk about two architectural themes that we thought we could take inspiration from. One of them is industrial architecture, specifically kind of brick kind of buildings, brick industrial architecture, and the second is railroad architecture. And the reason we picked these two themes, again, we're not trying to build industrial or railroad stations, but just try to take inspiration from them. And the reason we picked those two genres is because of the past history of the site, which has hosted both industrial as well as railroad infrastructure. So we thought that would be a good way of just trying to kind of create an architecture that is more unique to this place and more unique to the site, and it's not something we just see everywhere. We wanted to create something that rooted the architecture to the site. So what you're seeing out here on the screen is a view along, like if you're walking or if you're biking or riding north on Telegraph Road and you approach the retail portion of the project, what you're seeing on the right side is that end cap of the retail building as it gets closest to Telegraph Road. And what we did was we kind of took the idea of kind of like station building, where there's this tall brick building with a sloping roof, and then the platform roofs. We kind of took that idea and kind of made it into outdoor dining, because we think this end cap unit would be a really good place for doing food and beverage tenants, and they can have outdoor dining and kind of activate the outside, not just the insides, and kind of just create this nice nice retail environment that you could walk by or bike by, and it feels really nice and activated. So just again, just trying to take inspiration from some of these historical precedents and kind of weave that into the architecture of the project to kind of make this a more unique architecture product. But what you're also seeing towards the center of the image is the Grocer building that you see further back away from Telegraph Road. So what's very interesting is the entire front facade of this retail architecture will be visible from Telegraph Road, and you'll be able to see it as you pass north or south on Telegraph Road. You're also seeing in this image the kind of hiker-biker trail. Again, this is a conceptual rendering, so it's not 100% right, but it's there. There's a knee wall that also kind of provides some kind of buffer, and then the landscaping, which again, we'll continue to work on. But like we really wanted to create a nice way for you to bike away from the street and get you closer to some of the activity that happens within the project. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is just a straight on view of just what that Grocer would look like when you're, again, heading north on Telegraph Road. You're also seeing the hiker-biker trail pass the monument, the very modest monument sign out there. The entire height of the retail buildings, minimum is 22 feet to the parapet, which is basically the size of two residential floors. But then for the Grocer building and for the kind of the end cap of the retail, we hike the height of the parapet by a couple of feet, so it's almost 24 to 25 feet. And then certain elements, for example, like you're seeing the Grocer entrance, which kind of takes us, farm/food kind of motif there, that goes up all the way up to 36 feet. So there's sizable height along this retail frontage that we think will really serve the project really well and kind of present a really nice, handsome face to Telegraph Road. Now you're starting to see on the left side of the project, you start to see the residential projects start to come into view. So let's go to the next slide. Thank you. So the next slide is showing what would happen if you actually drove into the project. And this is that entrance into the project, and you're seeing the grassy kind of landscape median on the left foreground. On the right side, obviously, the retail center comes more into view as you approach it. And you can see the heights of the grocer building. You can see the people, and you can see the scale there. It's pretty sizable. But on the left side, you start to see the residential building, and you'll notice kind of a recurring theme that seems to have this kind of yellowish beige brick. You see the building, you see the residential building that's the furthest east on our site at the end of the road, so kind of captures your eye there. On the left side, you see building A, that's the closest to Telegraph Road. And then within the site plan, you may have noticed that there are these garage structures. Well, we'll model these garage structures, and you can see one right there behind the trees. We've modeled them after these signal buildings that you see within rail yards. Just cute little buildings with interesting roof shapes that just happen to like be between the rails. So it's like, just imagine that these are just left over from kind of that railroad infrastructure. It's kind of interesting to drive by, and they all share, whenever they're exposed to public view, they all share the same bricks. So they all kind of tie together to form this residential campus. Next, please. So here's a view that you get into the retail parking area, you park, and this is kind of what you see. Obviously, you see the grocer on the right side, but you also see the residential buildings further in the distance, and you see that street that connects the residents of those buildings, and they can just easily walk to the grocer. So it's really it's kind of horizontal mixed use, and it's very easy for residents in our project to not have to drive and just walk to the retail center and just walk to the grocer and do their groceries on a weekly basis. Next, please. From that same place, if you're standing from that same location, if you just turn left, you see the rest of the retail center, and then that plaza on the left side of the page between the grocer and the retail. And we thought this could be a really cool place for the community to gather and to kind of maybe meet a friend or ice cream. Retailers get a chance to kind of extend outside into the plaza space and activate these public spaces with seating and umbrellas and lights. So we think this could be a really nice, cute little space between the grocer and the retailers, and provides more of that outdoor kind of activity within the retail center. Next, please. So here we start to see more of the residential architecture, and I referenced some of the industrial kind of brick architecture that we were inspired by. So you'll see a recurring motif across all three buildings, which is this 3-bay kind of light beige or kind of yellowish brick at the ends of the building and at the corners of the building. So it's this 3-story, 3-bay brick architecture with a recessed balcony, and then slope roofs. And then in between, the connective kind of tissue in the middle, that varies depending on the building and where it's located and its function. This is building B, which is the middle building, which has the main drop-off area, like you can see out here. It made sense to kind of continue with that brick theme, but we changed the brick to a darker brick that kind of references more this industrial architecture. And then we do a nice canopy, and we do steel tie backs that again harken back to the industrial architecture. But again, it's a residential project, so we're very careful to make sure that the windows feel like they're residential windows. They're larger, referencing some of the industrial architecture, but they're basically double hung windows that are appropriate for residential. Then we also introduce these kind of corrugated metal silo like structures that kind of break the eave line, that break the architecture and kind of frame the building nicely. In this case, it's a very symmetrical approach, just because it's such an interesting drop-off, a very symmetrical drop-off facade. So we thought, let's work with the symmetry out here to kind of reinforce that idea of you're approaching the building, you're at the project, and welcome and head into the structure. Next, please. So here's as if you're standing at the easternmost building, you're looking back and you're looking at building B, which is the middle building on the right side, and you see that entrance canopy and you see that entrance drop off, and then you see building A, which is closer to Telegraph Road, and then on the left side you see the garage structures. So we want all these buildings facing, we planned them in such a way that they kind of face each other and they kind of talk to each other, and there's some kind of harmony, kind of almost like a courtyard, like a campus development for residential that you're in, and not just random buildings placed in the landscape. So we wanted that to be a relationship.
Mention building B is the main amenity building and lot.
That's correct.
That's where we placed all the amenities in the pool and the primary amenities and clubhouse, a fitness center, that sort of thing.
That's right. Yeah, thanks, George. Yeah, so let's look at the next slide. So here's a view heading south on Telegraph Road. This is before you approach the light that takes that you take a left and you get into the project. So you're seeing that existing sidewalk along the road, and you're seeing the hiker biker trail further up. You're seeing the little garage buildings I referenced as these little signal buildings in the railroad, in the rail yard, and then you're seeing the 4-story multifamily buildings pushed further back 80 feet or so from the road. So there's a nice layering that's happening out here. There's nice screening out here. You don't even realize that there's a parking lot. We're also benefiting from the fact that Telegraph Road out here dips a little lower than the rest of the site. So the rest of the site is kind of bermed up. So that also automatically screens the parking lot for us. And the focus really is on these structures and the architecture and the landscaping and not on the parking lot. So we're happy that this actually worked out really well and worked to our advantage at kind of automatically screening some of these parking lots. Next, please. And here's looking at the other side. So this is at the intersection of Pine Avenue and Telegraph Road, and you start to see the townhouses. So they are around 3 to 4 story structures, just like George mentioned. And each townhouse unit is varied in architecture. We vary the eave-line, we vary the roof shape and form, and the dormers. We've also varied the materials across them all. Obviously, the brick, the masonry is being the heaviest, is that it forms a nice, strong 1-story to 2-story base, and then we kind of layered that with a siding, very typical of residential architecture, bay windows kind of accentuating certain facades of the townhouses, and then of course a generous landscape buffer in front of that, softening the entire scene of townhouses. Next, please. And here's a view from Pine Street looking down into the project on the other side of Telegraph Road. Like Marilee said, this is part of the urban grid, and you can see the townhouse on the left facing that urban grid, that urban street. So those are all the fronts of the townhouses that are facing Pine Street. Next, please. So just a quick elevation of this is building A, and I referenced the 3-bay brick architecture with a recessed balcony. You can see them happening at the 2 ends. So those happen at the ends and at the corners. And then the connector piece in the middle has brick at the base, but then we start to layer up this residential language that comes in here with projecting balconies and horizontal siding and windows that kind of reference residential projects. And then we've punctuated them with these 2 vertical corrugated metal kind of silos with, again, projected balconies, again, just to help break that eve line, break the composition, and kind of create these kind of like small little scenes that you can walk by or see by. So it's kind of interesting as you go around these buildings. But we're very excited about how these 3-story bay architectures at the ends and the corners really anchor the building and kind of give it this kind of stately appearance. Next, please. Here's the same concept with building B. This is how that concept changes. Again, you still have the same 3-bay kind of brick architecture, the corner and the ends, but in the middle, the connector piece changes depending on what's happening in the building. In this case, we have that symmetrical drop-off, ceremonial drop-off, and it made sense to continue with the symmetrical aspect there in the architecture. So you're seeing that kind of darker brick face there. There is no siding here because it makes sense. This is the main entrance to one of the main buildings in the project, and it makes sense to have the brick and then layer the language of the canopy and the steel tie backs, again referencing some of that industrial, quasi-industrial architecture. You're seeing that kind of vertical corrugated metal silo kind of structure changing in shape and proportion, but still flanking and kind of accentuating that entire, kind of providing that vertical composition and a horizontal composition, kind of providing that interesting counterpoint there in the composition and breaking the eve line. Next, please. And here a little bit about the retail materials. I think George mentioned this probably too, but we're really maximizing the use of brick across the entire retail front facade. I don't know of many centers that actually do that, especially in Odenton. We really think brick is a quality product, and that will help build architecture that will stand the test of time. We're proposing to use at least 3 different bricks out here to kind of create that variety and variability across the structures and to brand them as such. The minimum height is 22 feet, like I mentioned, to the top of the parapet, but the station building at the end, kind of the grocer building, have high heights and that, with the grosser building reaching a total of 36 feet, especially the entrance, which really helps mark that entrance. Everybody understands where that entrance to the grosser is going to be. Next, please. I'm going to skip this because this is the same as we've seen on the rest of the pages in the interest of time. Next, please. Yeah. And then a little bit about the materials of the townhouses. I think I mentioned the ground floor and the second floor in some cases are definitely going to be brick. It makes sense to have that masonry product at the base of the townhouses. But then each townhouse, the architecture varies, and with it also varies the materials. We have layered in the siding on top of the brick, just like you see in traditional residential architecture, and accentuated each townhouse with bay window type features. The roof line is varied too, and you know, currently will feature shingle roofs, as you can see on the screen here. Is this the last page?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
That's it. All
Very
right.
impressive.
I think that was all I had.
Did you want to go through the flexibility provisions?
I went through these as I walked through the site, but I can go through them again if.
Yeah, I mean, do you want her to go through them in detail, or?
I recorded notes as you were going through them. I mean, I think the committee may have questions on different aspects.
Okay.
Sure.
So we shift to the Q&A?
Yes, I think that'd be a good
When
move.
can you start?
Yeah. I'm with you, Stuart, 100%. Start tomorrow.
Well, we're getting ready to resubmit the preliminary plan the end of November, so we're
Okay.
moving.
So a question I had is, in February 2022, there was a letter that came from the OTCAC that said you'd made a request for modification for a 93% residential to 7% retail, and that the committee had said, yes, they thought that was an appropriate modification. Now I see you're going from 93.7 to 95.25 to 4.75. And I'm just kind of curious on if you could explain a little bit more as to why 93.7 is not appropriate, because you didn't mention 93.7 in your write-up. You only talked about the 85.15, which was the start of the 2022 letter, but you didn't mention the 2022 letter reduction that had already gone through the committee. So if you could give us more insight into that.
You know, I think our biggest concern here is building too much retail, because this is not, I mean, we've heard over and over and over again from retailers that we presented the property to that they'd rather be on 175, and there's no critical mass on 170. And the financeability aspect of too much retail. I mean, this is a plan that we think we're comfortable with the amount of retail. We think we can get some higher quality retail in here. We still think it's financeable, but it works in terms of our plan, in terms of what we were trying to accomplish, and it provides the required parking that the anchor tenant required. And part of the problem is behind us, the retail that we only have 2,000 to 4,000 square feet. We don't think we can do much better than that because of the, you know, it's at the back end of the retail. That's where the transmission lines and the big steel lattice tower are, and that's where the substation is. And you can literally walk back there and hear the buzzing if you get too close to it, and you're going to be, you know, right up against it with that. So that's why we scaled it back to, we sort of came up with something that we felt comfortable is that would work, that we could get this tenant comfortable with, the anchor tenant comfortable with, and that's about where it ended up.
And George,
Well,
we
I
also
think
got rid of the retail on the other side of 170.
Right, that's what I was just gonna say. The biggest thing is we don't have retail on the west side. That's why we went down to 4.75%.
Right. Okay. So I think that's what I'm trying to get to, is I completely understand the 85.15. It's the 93.7 is what I'm trying to understand is the difference between 93 to 95.25, because the committee already said 93.7 sounded good, and what you're coming back with is 93.7 isn't good. You want 95.25 to 4.75. And so I'm trying to understand that difference of 2.25% as to what, like, where that 2.25% is the plan you have, is it really 95% is what you need? So 93 is not sufficient?
That was the conversion. This was when it was 93.7, this was retail.
Okay, that I can understand now, because that explains that difference between 2022 and now. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. The one thing I would like to, and it's that I would say probably not now. As you were going through the different points in your discussion, you'd been talking about like there's the flexibility request. You had 6 of them. There's the modifications. Then there's the bonus program. Some of the modifications I noted were already discussed in previous letters that the committee had said, yes, we think this is appropriate. Are you resubmitting the same modification request that you previously come to the committee for and want us to say yes again? Or are you not submitting those modification requests that the committee has already said yes to, and it's both its 2020 letter and the 2022 letter, and you're not asking for those to be revisited? Is a little unclear as to exactly what your scope is with regard to the previous letters.
1 through 4, you are correct. We are not changing it. It's the same thing we asked for before. 5 and 6, we didn't have 5 on there, the public road design manual, because originally we were going to have Pine Street P4 as a private road, so we didn't need that modification. But talking to the county, they'd prefer it to be a public road. So in doing it as a public road, we need the design manual change. So that is a new modification. And then the 6th one, we always had the roadway classification streetscape requirements that we've requested, but we didn't specifically call it a modification. So we just wanted to make sure we covered that.
Hey, Jason, number 5, I don't think is under our purview.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, and then let me ask Mark. So this is a change of an existing site development plan. It's not a new submission. So what we have previously agreed to should in fact be continued, shouldn't be coming up for another vote unless there was a specific change in a previous modification. That's what I would be to understand.
I think that's true.
Right, so mods 1 through 4 are the same, 5 and 6 are new. And then I think with the sort of the flexibility, the mix of use obviously is different. Still had the single use and then no timetable. I think the only thing else that changed the setbacks, we did include the specific setbacks to Mount Vernon and P4 Pine Street.
Hey, Jason, on committee, just one thing on the percentages of commercial versus everything. Well, you're looking at numbers, okay, but now when you look at the project from an aerial view and you see the scaling of it, it makes sense. So I'm just pointing that out. I mean, sometimes just looking at a number or percentage, what does that percentage mean? But George gave compelling reasons why, and I don't have a problem with that. And
I really wasn't thinking about the townhouse. We lost a little bit of square footage across the street also. But we were doing major square footage across the street because we didn't think we could.
So we have to comment on number 6, I guess. Jason, is that what you would think?
Yeah, so what I'm recording in is so basically page 24 of the submission has the modification requests 1 through 4. So what I'm hearing is 1 through 4 are not coming to the committee because the committee previously had discussed those in 2020 and 2022, actually twice. And we are not revisiting those.
Or you could say, if they submit this as a package, that these first 4 were already approved by the committee.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Previously approved. So we're not, I would say we are not going to, I would implore the committee not to revisit previous committee decisions because I don't really see a reason for that.
Right.
So yes, so number 5, then the public road design manual criteria. I think, Stuart, your question is very fair. Is that in the purview of the OTCAC because it's the road design manual is where the waiver is being requested from or the modifications requested from, or is that a county code / manual decision and therefore is outside the purview of the committee?
Yeah, I don't know. It's the public road that gets me, the word public.
It's a design manual is for public roads.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Mark, I don't know. We haven't encountered this question yet, so we need guidance.
So again, the design manuals from the Department of Public Works, and again, as you could look at it as anything that's just outside of the master plan, you may not want to take a position on.
Okay. Yep. So
Mark,
much like the landscape manual then.
Mark, do we say anything about it? Like we take no objection to it, or just say nothing, or what?
You can take the same position that you do when there are code modifications.
Okay.
Defer to public, to public works or roads or whatever.
Okay.
But Martin, I think it is completely fair for us to provide a comment with respect to the overall plan.
Yes.
Does it fit with the overall plan?
Yes.
We're not providing insight into their, like, what they're asking for in terms of the curves, because that's outside of purview. But does it fit the site? Does it fit the plan according to the master plan? I think it's fair for us to provide a comment there.
Yeah. Okay. That's good.
All right. And then number 6, yes. Number 6, I do think actually falls within the master plan entirely. And therefore that's really the heart of the modification request that you're asking for.
Right.
Okay, so does anybody have any comments or feedback specifically on number 6 of what's being shown? And as well, could I get an updated copy of this listing? That way I make sure I write it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So does anyone on the committee have any comments on number 6?
No.
Okay, hearing no questions or comments from the committee on that. Then we go over to the, you have the flexibility requests, which are outlined from the master plan. So there are 7 flexibility requests that you are making. And I don't believe any of these were in previous letters. So I think all of those are appropriate. Correct me if I'm wrong on that statement, but I didn't see anything.
Can you scroll down so we can see the rest of the? I can pull up mine here. That's how I got.
Well, number 2, 3, 4, and 5 were part of our original, the last time we were at the OTCAC.
Were they exactly the same, Marilee, or there might have changes that were required?
No, they're a little different in the fact that we're doing all this at was one phase now, so they're not the same for 2 and 3. And then we did make a slight change to some of the setbacks and the road sections.
Because some of the things changed on 170, I know that, and we moved the trail up on the.
And this has changed. The height is probably the only one that hasn't changed. Number 7.
I don't have much problem with any of them, Jason, to be honest with you. I mean, I really don't.
And you are correct, actually, Marilee, that the previous letter in 2022 did actually talk about the building height. So there's a flexibility regarding the requirement for appearance of a 2-story retail. So that is the only one that is, I would say, is legitimately the same.
Okay.
So I think it would be fair for the committee to say it's not going to revisit your flexibility request for number 7 because it was already previously discussed.
Okay.
But I would say 1 through 6 don't appear to be in previous letters in that context.
Sure.
I think the concepts were in there, but the detail of them changed a bit.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want to walk through these, or are
you? Not right now. It's more just I'm summarizing for the committee what is being asked of us, because that way, if we have specific questions, then we can go to it. But it's better for the committee to know exactly what's being asked. And then last, you have your proffers. So you have your transportation proffers, environmental proffers, architectural, and streetscape proffers that you talked through. So all of those, I think, are, well, not like, some of those actually have been already discussed in the previous 2022 letter, where the committee had stated that the committee appreciated all of the proffers. For example, like the bicycle, let's see, hiker biker trail. That was a little bit different now, I think.
Correct. Go in the other direction.
I think we're going to want to actually talk about that. The native species was actually previously mentioned in the 2020 letter. The as well as I believe the green area was previously mentioned. The architecture is different now. I would not actually include architecture in terms of any of the previous discussions because you have a bit more context and with all of your pictures and renderings, I think makes that different enough. And then the retail piece was mentioned previously as well in terms of the flexibility in terms of proffers. I mean,
and the remediation I think was in there before too.
Yes, remediation was also in there, but I actually would agree with I think Martin brought this up, that I think it's important for us to continue to stress that point in the county letter, that we want to highlight that you are taking an area that is kind of it is not a good area and you are making it much better, and the remediation is a big part of that. I think it's important for us to mention that in every letter, to be honest.
Exactly. Yep.
And that's really where the big dollars are in terms of what we spent and what we're going to have to deal with. Because little things like pulling up the concrete slabs that normally you would crush and take off site, they literally had us set up a grid and test all of those slabs. And there's criteria for what we do with each portion of the slab. There's asbestos between some of the slab seams, and we have to saw cut that out and remediate that. Yeah, we got into sort of insanity with MDE, but I mean legitimate insanity, but nothing that we would have ever expected, to come up with demoing a building.
Yeah, so I don't think we can understate how difficult this site has been. So I would say, even if we've mentioned that before, I think it's important for us to keep mentioning that.
Exactly.
So I would say, in terms of the summary for the committee, so basically modification 1 through 4, the previous modification requests stand. Modification 5 is outside the purview, so modification 6 is really the only one that we're looking at. Flexibility requests 1 through 6 are also on the table because they're new enough. Flexibility request 7 we previously approved, and we would sustain that. Like, we would not revisit. Proffers, anything that has been previously mentioned in a committee letter, we would not re-mention except for emphasizing the remediation and the difficulty of this site. So that's kind of the space of where we're at. So are there any comments or questions from the committee regarding anything that you have seen overall? So the only comment I have is in your renderings, just make sure that building B, or I think it's B, whichever one kind of looks like a big castle, make sure it doesn't look ominous. That's the only feeling that I kind of got, is that, wow, these buildings, like, the renderings make them look dark. And I know Flats 170 that's bright. You have like dark patches, but they're bright buildings. The townhouses that already exist across the street on 170 are very bright. So just make sure your buildings aren't too dark. And that's the only thing that I
Hey, Jason, so is that a requirement of the?
Nope, that's just
or is it just an opinion?
That is an opinion.
Well, it's interesting because we were trying to get an industrial look, and then we went to all dark, and then we came back, and then we figured we gotta add some color to it, and that's when we took the ends of it. I was actually outvoted on this. We did the ends of it with the brighter, beige yellow color to make it pop a little bit on the ends. But
there's a lot of nice contrast there between the ends and the center, and the way the roof line is split like that.
When can you start?
I know it is very attractive. I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's more of just that was like, out of all of this, I think your plan is fantastic. Like, the amount of detail you've put into things that make sense I think is the best way to describe it. Like, not building a curb on top of a water line, that makes sense. And the detail you put into just that level of effort is really impressive. And so one of the things I have to figure out for the letter is how to actually describe that without getting into all of the details of everything you stated, to say that the county needs to look at this from a perspective of, is it logical and does it make sense? Like, these modification requests, these changes are because that's more logical than anything. And so I think that's important to emphasize to the county. I do want to open this to public comment though. So are there any members of the public who have questions or comments on what you saw from Academy Yard? Okay, Jerry, I see that your hand is up. What I don't know. So Mark, I see you went dark. I don't know if you're still there to be able to unmute Jerry. Yep, you're still there. Good.
Yeah.
Thought he fell asleep.
Per Stewart, when can you start?
Okay, Jerry, you have a question.
Actually, a two-parter. So I'm gonna see if did you get any feedback from the HOA across the street, as in if they asked you themselves when could you start?
What, I didn't follow. Can you repeat the question, please?
The HOA that you're building right next to, did you get any feedback from them as well, or even coordination of how they can basically work with the townhomes you're building right next to their community?
It's the same community.
The townhouses that were built behind the west, what's now the west parking lot. I mean, I haven't had conversations with them for a while, but I think they'll be thrilled with the retail component and the quality of what we're building. That was always the comments I always got from people living over there, and I'd get calls. I haven't really interacted with them recently, but people used to call me when they were buying homes over there after they had moved in. And their main thing is they were hoping that ultimately we'd get a, good quality retail across the street. And what we were worried about doing across the street is, and what I think what they were worried about was the retail, with the back end of the retail facing those townhouses.
And
the reason I asked about it is because I don't know what county rule is this, but whenever there's development near my own house, I get notification in the mail, and you had to get some kind of like public feedback from it as well. I don't know what steps in the process it is for you. That's what I was asking. Do you want to get this as fast as possible?
So we'll have another. We're in the midst of the preliminary plan, and we did send out notification at the last meeting to everybody within 300 feet. When we get to site development plan after the preliminary plan's approved, we have to have another community meeting where we will invite everybody within 300 feet again.
That's great to know. That's all I had, Jason.
Okay, thanks, Jerry. Eric, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. This is my first committee meeting, and I just kind of made the decision I wasn't going to say much, just kind of take it all in during this first meeting. But committee members, what you'll eventually learn about me is that I am not easily impressed. But I got to tell you, this development really, you guys have really done a great job. Just looking at the renderings, I can feel the energy just kind of jumping out from your renderings and from your site plan and from the architecture. The question I have is about the connectivity between phase one, or the flats 170 apartments, and the new development. If someone is living in flats 170 and want to walk over to the retail, how do they do that? And is this kind of meant to be separate communities? Is there anything to connect these two phases?
So they're connected. Can you see my screen? Oops, it just went live. There's a road connection right in this location. They have an entire sidewalk system that brings them all down to this point. So they can cross and take all of our sidewalks over to the retail, or even to the light if they wanted to cross. There's a grade difference between these parking spaces. There's a little bit of a grade difference, so that's why we don't have a direct connection right here. But like I said, all these sidewalks tie in here and they can cross. We probably need to add a ramp here, but and then they can go around and over.
And they can actually make a left coming out and come around and drive over to the retail.
Yeah, they can drive over too, but walk.
It looks like it's a right out, but they can go both, they can turn either way there and not have to go through the signals and everything.
I think
then
it's
there's the
also,
bike path connection to it also, and then sidewalks.
Visual connections from a planning perspective. We deliberately sort of aligned our main sort of north-south street with the courtyard of Academy Yard 1, or Flats 170. So it all, you know, you saw it shows up in some of our renderings, so that the buildings all kind of talk to each other and sort of speak, you know, sort of acknowledge each other in an organized fashion.
To Eric's point, though, I think it's make sure that you don't have people creating paths, because I think that, like how you have that alignment right in the center, I fully expect you to have people creating paths up that grade, and whether or not you want that to happen.
Thank you.
And then in terms of pedestrian crossing, actually, there's one other question I did have. Buck Murphy's is over across the street, mainly to the left, kind of up from where you had that drive-through facility. And so is there going to be some type of prevention to prevent people from basically like running across the street there? Because or to be honest, that actually may not be an issue now that I look at it, because there's no residential actually in this area. It's more of people shouldn't be crossing there. And I just don't know if that's if there's a potential safety issue. I like how you have the median to prevent vehicles from turning in certain ways, which is very smart. It was just
You're worried about people from the east side crossing over to go to Buck Murphy's?
Yes.
I think what they would do is they go at the signal and just walk down the sidewalk. There's going to be a signal there,
right?
And then just crossing, and then there's sidewalks that lead all the way over.
I would love to think that people take sidewalks like that. I just thinking about people leaving Buck Murphy's.
Hey, Jason, you can't control every point on either property where people want to cross. I mean, they're going to cross. You know, you can't fix stupid, and safety isn't what always people take in consideration. With that said, state highways administers that and determines what type of crossings there needs to be or not. But you could have the same issue or comment for the townhouse people that live there, et cetera.
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
I mean, when we bought the property, there were two crossings, one pretty close to where the one is where the signal's going to go, and there was one just to the left of where the tower is. That's north of Buck Murphy. And on a weekend without us knowing, the SHA showed up and tore them down because they weren't being used. They were blinking, but what the benefit of that is they did slow the traffic down.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the traffic condition will get a little safer with just the one signal stopping it, because the problem is you have that long stretch there where people fly down that road. So I think the one signal will help.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? I didn't see anything else from the public. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Okay. So then basically it comes down to now the content of the letter. So as I said before, we have modifications 1 through 4. We're not touching. Modification 5 is outside the purview. So I would say I just need to make sure that the committee is on board with the stance that and that anything outside of our purview, we're not going to include an opinion. Modification 6, we need to state our opinion whether we are in approval of that modification. Flexibility requests 1 through 6, we need to state our opinion on if we are okay with the flexibility requests. And then we just need an overall approval, recommendation of approval or recommendation of not approval for the overall plan. So I'd entertain a motion to cover any or all of that.
let's start with the modifications. I got a motion to accept all that we're supposed to modify, which is number 6, I believe.
Correct, number 6.
Are you offering that, Stuart?
Yes.
That as a motion, I'd second that motion.
Okay, so Stuart made a motion to recommend approval of modification 6. Martin seconded. Any comments or discussion? Okay, Marilee, can you put modification 6 back up on the screen for the committee, please? Okay, so that is what modification 6 is. All in favor of approving, recommending the approval of modification 6, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
I thought the motion was to approve all. Stuart, just modification 6?
Yeah,
One
we did-
through,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Yeah, I
Oh.
thought it was more than just 6, but okay.
1 through 4 we previously approved. 5 is outside the purview. And so 6 is the only one that actually is in front of the committee.
Okay, good, got it.
Okay, so all in favor of modification 6? Either indicate with a hand raise or vote in the affirmative or not. Okay, so I see 1, 2. All right, all opposed to approval of modification 6? All right, so
Hey,
you-
Jason,
uh-huh.
I apologize. I need to change my vote and recuse myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So I did not get a vote from Brenda, Colette, Eric, Sandy. You can abstain. I mean, that is a valid option.
I think we are raising our hands.
Okay, I can't see everybody.
We're all
so that's my
raising our
problem.
hands, so.
Okay, good. Let me expand out and see everybody then. Okay, good. All right, I can see everybody now. So all in favor. Sorry, that was user error. Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So, okay, modification 6, we will recommend approval. Flexibility requests 1 through 6 are next on the list. And so, is there a motion to recommend approval of flexibility requests 1 through 6, or do you want to go through them individually?
I would suggest we go through them as a group. I don't think there was any comment or discussion on any of these beyond what we talked about already. So I'd say all of them.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion regarding all of them as a group.
Make a motion.
Okay, for approval.
Entertain them all as a group.
Okay, so the motion is to recommend approval for requests 1 through 6. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Eric. All right, any further discussion on the flexibility requests? Okay. All in favor of recommending approval of the flexibility requests 1 through 6? Raise your hand or say aye.
Hand is up.
Gotcha, Brenda. All right. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So 1 through 6 are recommending approval. All right. The last is then the overall plan itself. So noting that we are recommending approval of the modification request and the flexibility requests, do we also recommend approval of the proposed plan?
Yes.
If so, I would entertain a motion.
I move that we recommend the plan as is.
Thank you, Martin. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thanks, Eric. All right, any more discussion on Academy Yard? All right, all in favor of recommending approval of the entire plan? Okay, the opinion chair, the ayes have it. So the OTCSC will recommend approval. I will make a note of the modification requests. Marilee, if you can send me the updated list so I get your language. And then Mark, I'll talk to you about how to phrase this because there's a lot of technicalities. For the all right, and then so one thing I do need to go back on for the committee. So thank you, George. Thank you, Marilee.
Thank you all for staying so late. Sorry to do that to you, but lingered on longer than I expected.
It's all.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for a great project.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Okay, so back on the Royal Assisted Living, we do need to actually do one quick vote that we're not going to take a stand on the modification of the county code. I forgot to request the committee vote on that. Mark would have pinged me tomorrow or later tonight if I didn't call the committee to do it. So I need a motion that for the Royal Assisted Living letter that we will also not take a stand on modifications to the county code.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you, Sandy. Is second, Stuart? Okay, thank you. Any objections, because we've approved this twice so far. So any objections to doing the same thing for the Royal Assisted Living? All right, hearing none, we're covered entirely now for all the letters. All right, so last on our agenda now is we have the master plan code and revision updates, Mark.
Yep, so everything, the two bills are currently at council. It is up to them to introduce these bills. We do anticipate them being introduced on November 6th. And then the first hearing on amendments would be December 4th, 18th, and again, every first and third Monday, barring any holidays. And then the bill would die, or I should say the bill has to be adopted by February 5th, otherwise it dies. So again, November 6th, it's introduced. First hearings, amendments, potentially on December 4th.
Any questions for Mark regarding the schedule for the master plan update?
I'm just wondering if we're submitting testimony or if anything is being submitted on behalf of the committee as part of the documentation that goes to council.
So you all provided, yeah, Jason, you submitted testimony during the PAB hearings. Again, I think you could just use that same letter or concepts where we could talk about it at the next meeting.
Right, so I would say if the committee is okay with me continuing to use the testimony that I previously used, then I will do that and provide. I'll probably go to the hearing and provide it in person as well as then provide it in writing from the committee.
Jason,
So,
do we want to review that? Or we can't, I guess we can't then, right? It's before the next meeting, so.
well, it's the 4th of December. So
Oh, December.
there's nothing given in terms of when it's first introduced. You have to wait until the first hearing where feedback can be given.
Okay.
And so yes, what I can do is I can or Mark can send the PAB letter out that I sent to the committee, so that way you can see what got transmitted to the PAB. And then we can discuss it at the November meeting in terms of if there's changes or alterations you want made.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything else for the master plan? Questions or comments for Mark? Okay. For advocacy new business, one thing to think about that we will discuss at the November meeting is December. So the meeting for December it's the last Tuesday, of course. And so if you look at the calendar, that is December 26th. And so the question would be from the committee as to what we do with that meeting. So something to think about as you start planning your holiday schedules. And we'll discuss that in the November meeting, but I just want to make sure that you had that on your list to think about. All right. Are there any other comments either from the public or the committee for discussion?
Yeah, just welcome new committee members. Appreciate your input. And this is what an introduction. If this is Eric, your first meeting? No, you've been with us.
No, it's the first meeting, Stuart.
Yeah. Well, what an introduction. Okay, they usually run a little longer. This is an early one. You'll be all right. You'll be okay though.
Well, before we sign off for the evening, this has been a marathon meeting. And just want to acknowledge you, Jason, for shepherding through all of this detail. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good job.
Appreciate it. Thank you. But that's like I said, that's apparently
what you get paid for.
I volunteered to do.
Thanks for giving it to NSA as well. We appreciate it.
So, all right. Well, I don't see any hands up on the public comment side, so I'm going to assume that we don't have public comments right now. All right. Any last things from the committee? Okay, if not, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Well moved.
Okay,
Second.
Martin, and second Brenda. Any discussion? No. All right, any objection to adjourning? Hearing none, we are adjourned at 10:39. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you.